Okay, folks, welcome back. Had to go and tinker with some settings because YouTube decided to change how everything's done. Always got to be messing with stuff. Okay. Working on this build here. I took another car apart and I'm going to go ahead and prime some of this stuff so this can dry, really the interior. But anyways, this is, I had an epiphany about the name of this vehicle yesterday. Maybe it was the day before. I'm like, I'm gonna build this thing. So this is I didn't know what this car was at all. And then I was told that this particular vehicle, which doesn't really resemble it at all, well, it's in the thumbnail. The picture's in the thumbnail of what the vehicle looks like. Red vehicle with polka dots and things like that. This vehicle right here is called a drift box. And it looks like I got to change that setting too. Shedding, that's something different. Okay. Yeah. Little drift box. So we didn't bother stripping it or anything. We just spray painted black. And I really need to, I only spray painted it because it was handy. I didn't want to fire up the whole airbrush and clean and everything just for a base black coat. But this Rust-Oleum is just crap. Just complete crap paint. It's sticky, and I know what happened last time. My little GP that I did the same thing. It stayed sticky and eventually went away when I was dealing with other steps of the process. But someone told me, because I had the can too close, which is weird because I'd never had that happen to me before. So this time I actually made a point to be farther away, and it still happened. So it's this time it's on the damn paint. But just getting some spots here. But anyways, we had primed it black. It wasn't too bad, but there's some sticky spots on it. I'm sure it'll go away. But I don't want to take an extra 2 hours stripping this. That's basically what would have done. By the time I strip it and then have to polish it with the other stuff, you'd be looking at a couple hours. I'm adding to the process. So I primed it black. I just went and airbrushed it yellow. And then we're going to go from there. And this part won't be sticky at all. But this is going to be Yugo Chavez. So supposedly a Yugo. It looks a lot better than a Yugo. I remember a Yugo looking. So it's got a body kit. A Yugo on a body kit, that's probably triples the price that the vehicle costs. I don't remember what Yugos went for, but I remember them being relatively inexpensive. Almost kind of in the Le Car class. Under $13,000 probably class. Certainly at the time. And that's what this one's going to be. So, this is a multi-part thing, and I don't like it when kits usually, I like it that's like the top of it is one thing and the bottom is something else, but here I actually have to put the windows in because the windows are actually part of, they have pieces to them that are attached to the chassis that form parts that are visible. So if you close this and this, there is this stuff missing that you need to get in between there. So that I believe goes, and you also need the interior for it. So there's got a lot of like things that need. So I think that where I painted this in black is on the interior. So I think we should be safe to go ahead and drop that in there. drop this on top of it. And then drop this on top of that. And you'll see there's lots of portions that are black that are still showing a relatively decent looking vehicle. Not very Yugo looking at all. However, it's still, I'm not sure what's going on here because it looks like there's missing some headlamps, but these are all the pieces. We're just going to run with it like that. So before we go any further, we need to design this thing so we don't start adding things that don't belong on the vehicle. I'm going to go through all this effort. We're going to see what you see. We're going to do what you see is what you get. I found these that were hidden down here after I needed them, so I remembered to go ahead and remind myself where they were. And let's I don't want to use that one. Where's the other one? It's a little thicker. Well, I guess I have to use that one. This one's just a little sharper. I don't want to cut through this paper. So we got Yugo Chavez. All right, and I know it's going to be tricolor on the side. Okay, so we're going to have the Venezuelan flags on it, or the Venezuelan flag colors. So we're going to have the bottom portion red, then we're going to have a blue, and then we're going to leave the yellow, and we might do a stripe across the top as well. Okay. If you don't know who Yugo Chavez is, well, I'll leave it at that. You'll have to look it up. Okay. So Yugo Chavez is going to have an oil dropper. Has to. Is the name. Made a big deal about oil. So oil dropper it is. First of all, it is a. I'm getting ahead of myself. We're gonna call this a buggy. Okay, so it's a buggy. It's 6 points, and it has 2 build slots, 2 crew. Oil dropper is 1 point, I think, and does not use a build slot. Uh-oh, you already sent me stuff. What do you got here? It looks awfully finicky, like with the parts. It's a good looking tank. Yeah, they're so cheap about freaking putting hatches that open, man. It's just dumb that they did that. And you're probably like me. You don't want every hatch open. You just like the ability to put a commander in one if you wanted to. You added some logs. Yep. Couldn't decide between using toothpicks, little wooden dowels from an incense thing. Is that what you call it? Decided on the smaller toothpicks that look more in scale. I don't know, and I'm not saying you did this wrong, or I disagree with it, because I think it looks good. I don't know that I've seen a picture of a BT7 with logs on it, but it makes sense that it would have it. Because the logs, I remember seeing logs a long time ago. It's like, look at these Russians, so crafty, looking for these scenarios that are like, they might have to cross a trench or something, and it's like, hold on, comrade, I have log on my tank. I'll be right back. And they build some kind of rudimentary trench crossing thing that all the tanks can drive over, get to the other side, put the logs back on the truck, right? Because that's how, a Western civilized society thinks. Oh no, it's fucking armor for the tank. It's armor. Now, it is better than not having it on there. Unless somehow it gets hit by some shell that the armor doesn't make a difference. It still penetrates the side. And now, along with the penetration of the actual shell and the shell fragments, now you've got a flechette of bark. And going into the tank as well. But I think it looks good. I think the size. I think you use the correct size. So the only thing with using that toothpick or even what are these little skewers is they have a lot of longitudinal lines, and hopefully when you paint it, it doesn't look like bamboo, if you know what I mean. But I mean, I think size wise is, and by adding them, if you have 4 of them, you can put one with 2 logs, one with only one with one on the other side. Maybe one with 2 of them, one of them broken. You can. It gives them personality. You found a pick at a museum and it looks like the same size as the toothpick does. But then in comparison to a person, it's a twig. Well, it's got to be able to fit on the side of the tank. And that would just be armor like if it hit the upper hull on the side. So, yeah, I think it looks appropriate, You'll decide when you paint it. You'll either like it or you won't. You'll be like, I'll just take this thing off, I always glued my logs after the tank was painted. So I guess, I could remove it if I needed to, but I didn't do it once. I just have a shitload of those lead ones from Skytrax, but they're really for T30. They're really for the T34s. So they'd probably be huge compared to that. But I think it looks pretty good. It's a great looking tank. There was a post on one of the modeling groups. There was a post on one of the modeling groups, and where somebody was still using, asked if some people were still using the cement. Logs would disrupt heat and HESH. What about HE? It's got to make a difference. It's got to be better. It's got to be better. If you put the side of one with a log and the side of one with no log, and you shoot, let's do something realistic, 50 millimeter L42, the main armament of a Panzer III at the time. Of most Panzer IIIs at the time. There's still some 37s. It's got to make a difference. It's not going to make the penetration worse. And remember, these guys probably never went to school. I can imagine the crew doing that and feeling better about it. But comrade, log is not good protection. Yes, but it's this big around instead of this thick on the metal. Right? Like, it makes sense. And whatever decisions the soldiers made, like, one of the things I kept reading about is the Soviets had a really hard time convincing their troops to wear helmets. They were like, we just will wear a field cap, Because, most people don't know this. And I'm going to fall into most people because it really didn't occur to me that much. Helmet doesn't protect you from a rifle round. It could. You could get a glancing blow and it doesn't go into your damn skull, right? But helmets are for shrapnel from mortars, artillery that's a little bit farther away. If artillery lands on you, the helmet doesn't fucking matter, But helmets aren't there to protect you from a Mauser round. A Mauser will go through a helmet. But anyways, they had a hard time convincing this Soviet infantrymen to wear helmets. Or so I've read. I didn't interview any, so I'm just going by, I just assume if something seems logical that they're telling me the truth. Might be the wrong way to live your life, but... So let's go over to the rules here. And we'll go to... And just make sure we don't build this thing wrong. Oil dropper. Oil dropper is 2 points. No slots. Okay, perfect. Oil dropper is 2 points. So now we're up to 8 points. It's going to have some kind of guns or something like that. It needs to have a perk. First of all, okay, so it is we're already at 8 points and we still have 2 build slots. So I could probably do this as a 13-point vehicle. I got 2 more weapons. If we say the average is 4, that's 8 more points. Well, now we're at 16, so maybe not. So what do we got left? It definitely has to have an oil dropper. You know, that guy made a big deal about oil, so, you know, oil it is. Buggy is 4, oil dropper is 2, that's 8. If I take 13 and subtract it, that leaves me with 5. So that's a 3 weapon and a 2 weapon. I think that's what we'll do. That's 5. It already has a roll cage. What I should do is give it crowd pleaser. I like giving the crowd pleaser perk to anything that if it was on an announcer, the announcer would get a kick out of saying the name of the vehicle. You know? So, like if you had a car that was called the Pee Pee Toucher, I'm not going to have one. I don't think so. You know, that would be something that would be a crowd pleaser because everybody wants to hear a Pee Pee Toucher on the announcer. Just saying. I could have come up with something a lot ruder, but, you know, that's not really the point. So, we got 2, and I'll have 2 MGs. MG times 2. Okay? Now, I'm not going to focus my attention right now on painting the oil dropper, but let's go grab the weapons now. You also have some small chain. I could add one to the front too. I have to see if it looks good. Looks okay or not. Yeah. Yeah, you'll have to. You know, some people could be like, oh, because I've got logs on a lot of my vehicles, but I didn't put wire tying them on. You know, I don't have time for that, right? Like, you can take things too far. Make the hobby what you want to do with it. Don't let other people dictate. Aha, get it? Dictate. How you're going to do it, you know? If you don't like the way somebody builds something, build your own. You know? I made my first anonymous post ever on Facebook. And the reason I made an anonymous post is because it's on a site that has a tendency, it's a group that I joined that for hilarity. And let's just say it's about posting ridiculously looking vehicles that are in my state. Okay, I have 2 options actually, so that's cool. We'll get to look at that. And it's notorious for people posting things and people making fun of other people's vehicles. And they're vehicles that deserve to be made fun of, okay? It's not like, oh, look at that guy driving a station wagon. No, it's like people that throw money on their car, try to make it cool, and it looks absurd. So in this particular group, it's notorious for having really, the comments are almost better than the pictures. And what I've noticed lately is a lot of people are just on the attack. Like they'll post things, and you know, it's a legitimate post. It's like saying, hey, look at this is ridiculous. And then somebody says, well, you're just jealous because you don't have money. You know, so I'm not getting into one of them wars. And I posted something anonymously, and I didn't get any bad feedback, but I'm going to show you guys because I think you'd appreciate it. Let me find it where it is. Hopefully I can find it. Okay, here is the picture. There is a picture in question that I made a comment on it. And the original poster was, I'm just going to set this one right here. And here's the post. Here's the picture. So we got what would this be? This would probably be some kind of a Bonneville. Spray painted in gold with huge gold rims on top of it. Looks like the top of it is like rusting or something like that. But that's the picture right there. And my comment was, all that gold and still managed to get a check cashing place in the background. That's what Amscot is. Amscot is a check cashing place. If you're driving around and you don't know what part of town you're in, and you see one of those and Amscot, a check cashing place, you're probably not in a good part of town. I'm just saying. Okay, so we've got two oil droppers. We've got one that looks like it pours off one side, and looks like this one, what does this one do? Looks like this pours maybe off the back. Well, we're not going to do that. So does this look like it fits appropriately? Maybe even back here. That's a good spot for it. And fits in there nicely. So when we're done painting this, we're going to glue this thing back here. Okay, so we have our oil dropper. Okay, no ram on this thing, obviously. Well, this will be a 13-point vehicle. That's good. Need a few of those, especially if it's based on a Yugo. You know, it's not like you can take a pounding. 2 MGs. Go over here to my MGs. Don't tell me this works. Good morning. Have I done the beast of a Turin car? I think you're on the wrong page. What are you talking about? Have I done the beast of a Turin car? You just ordered one. I don't know what Turin, what the... Oh, shit, that fits perfectly. Well, damn near. Damn near fits perfectly. I may have to go with that. What else do I have in the MG department? These little machine guns are small, but they tend to have like an over-under type thing. The Beast of Turin. Okay, I'm going to look that up in a second. What would the Beast of Turin look? A really huge vehicle that has maybe the face of Jesus on it or something like that. It's just imprint of Jesus' face on the vehicle. What is this little thing? And maybe get a couple of those. And then get a male and female one of these. And male and female because this guy made it so they can be, let's get another one of these. And between those choices it'll be one of them. Oh, that's one heck of a car. You're on the right channel. I speak Turin, the Italian city. Yep. The imprint of Jesus on the car. No, but the car that has the toast popping out of it, I do have the Virgin Mary painted on the side of the two toasts. There was a thing like many years ago that somebody was like, oh look, I already pulled in all that. Somebody had found the Virgin Mary on a toast, a piece of toast or something like that. All right, the Beast of Turin. Oh, did you see my post here? I'm gonna show you because this is you probably just missed it. I made it from my first anonymous post, and it was on this car group of ridiculous cars that come up. And here's the post, and I made it anonymous because some people, instead of like, hey, let's make fun of stuff. Like I don't know who it is, but they'll like go after the poster. So that's the only reason I did that. And so here's the post. Looks like a Bonneville. What is it? Buick? Oldsmobile Bonneville? Chevy Bonneville? I don't know. All with like gold spray paint and a rusty roof. And all that gold and still managed to get a check cashing place in the photo. I asked someone. I asked this guy that I knew. I don't know him anymore because he doesn't work there anymore. But I asked him. I said, "What's the deal with gangsters having these huge vehicles? Instead of buying a new car or a newer car that is reasonable looking, they get a boat." And his answer, I generally did not know, and this was probably before the internet when I asked this, because now I would just look it up, right? And there's probably multiple reasons, but I wanted his inside track on what the deal is with gangster folks having big boats like that. And he said, it was a really simple answer. He said, "That's exactly the answer. That's exactly the answer. More car." That's exactly his answer. So I don't understand that, it's more car. It's more car. Well, more isn't always better, but maybe for some people it is. Okay, the Beast of Turin. The Beast of Turin car. Oh, is that what the thing's called? I don't have one. That's the Monopoly car. The reason I don't have one is because crews. I don't have crews that I like. I'm not opposed to painting figures. I actually embrace it because, I like to paint figures and it gives them personality. No, I don't have one. I did pick one up. That's the Monopoly piece car. I saw it in the store. It's all silver. This is going to be really strange to say what I'm about to say but that's actually an attractive vehicle. It's a Fiat. Fix it again, Tony. 1910 Italian company Fiat, specifically to beat the land speed record held those years by the Blitzen Benz, an other car I've never heard of. What's it look like? Okay. Yeah, these are the kind of cars that you get into a wreck and you're done. Yeah, this turn thing looks good. No, I didn't pick one up because it's completely open topped. That's the only reason why. I would have picked one up. Probably wouldn't have painted it. I've only painted one Italian car, and I got nothing against Italian cars. It just I'm getting pulled and I'm pulling myself in a bunch of different ways. It's a Monopoly car. It's been forever since I've seen a Monopoly game. I love the Beast of Turin car. I'm going to do an aircraft style build. Well, don't show Ben because he's tired of seeing things in natural metal finish. Did you have a bad childhood experience with natural metal finish? I don't know. Maybe you've seen a lot of models. I don't. I've never really noticed. And now that I think about it, it's really only the Americans and a few Japanese. The Japanese, I don't think had the Tony, but they still had graphics on it. The Tony is probably the most natural metal finish Japanese plane out there. That's traditionally an element. And after a while, man, we'll get a shit shot out of ourselves in camouflage. Because they probably get a glare or a gleam or something off of it. Or hell, they might even get a glare or a gleam when they're flying off formation. And say, "Oh, you need to keep it down. I'm already squinting all the time and you're still blinding me, So they probably put some camouflage or something like that on it. I don't know what the story is between putting squigglies on top of the natural metal finish on Japanese aircraft, but that's a story. It might not be the right one, but, it makes sense to me. You fuck up now. You paint. You paint. You repaint car. I'm not gonna go with that. It's just too. It's too long. It's no fit. It's no fit. All right, and these little guys. Can I fit them? Here. Can I fit them? I can, but then you can't open the door. And you can't have somebody who really likes Hugo Chavez locked in a car because he's got to go to those political rallies that, he's dying to support his fearless leader over. I think if we put both of them like this, what's that look like? And then we have this back here with the oil dropper. I think that looks pretty decent. So we're going to put these two guys and this, and you guys are the candidates, and let's put these things back in the machine gun category. But yes, I did pick up that Beast of Turin car. I had no idea it was called that. Chitty chitty boom boom, I remember I have a Monopoly set. My favorite Monopoly thing is the Battleship. It looks badass. It's an old school, pre-Dreadnought looking thing, if I remember correctly. Monopoly Battleship piece. Yeah, look at this thing. This thing's fucking badass. Looks like the Indiana. USS Indiana. And what do these traditional pieces look like? Like nobody wanted to play the fucking shoe. Like who wants to be you can't even be a pair of shoes. Fucking one shoe. At least with the thimble. Like how many thimbles do you use at one time? Well, most people probably only one. But a shoe, you got one fucking shoe. Who do you think you are, Welsh? If you don't get that, well, an iron. Yeah, the car. Everybody would fight for the car when I was a kid. They didn't have a Battleship one. I don't know what the hell this other thing is. Token type. Battleship, boot, horse and rider. That's a howitzer? That doesn't look like a howitzer. Cross between a howitzer and a unicycle. The shoe and the thimble. Yeah, nobody wanted to play that shit, Everybody wanted the car. We didn't have the Battleship in our set. That game, everybody says that they hate that game. Generally. I don't know. I haven't played it. I don't know that I've played a whole game of it legitimately. As a kid, you can't stand, it just seems really monotonous. The game should be called Buy All You Can Till You Run Out of Money and Then Roll a Die to See Who Survives. That's kind of what it is, Yeah, the most popular one was the car, then the dog, and then you start getting into these implements of of no respect. An iron, ooh, an iron. Who gives a shit about an iron? That game was created in the Great Depression. We iron in our clothes. We don't have a fucking job to go to. You went for the car or the dog, of course, because you're normal. We didn't have the Battleship. The Battleship really would have been fought over. And if we had the howitzer, nobody would go for it because nobody would know what the fuck it is. It'd be like, oh, it's a unicycle with no seat. I'd be on you like a unicycle with no seat, all up in your ass, Yeah, this is just going to fit. We're just going to have this thing fit right here. Okay, so we're going to take these three parts and we're going to prime them. And then we'll start doing some Venezuelan striping. I hope I don't post this and somebody says, you're making fun of my favorite dictator from my country. I said, really? You like Hugo Chavez that much? Well, why don't you live in fucking Venezuela then? It's like, if you're a fan of a dictator, you need to live in the country that, if you're supposedly a fan of a dictator, you should live in the country that he's in. Right? I mean, that's fair, I don't like any dictators. I don't like any politicians. Okay. We still have some of that left. Excellent. This isn't too big. This isn't too big. Boy, who are these made by? Plaid from Zhuangcheng. So I was looking at Steam this morning, or actually yesterday, and I noticed that U-boat game that I know some of you guys have played is like $8, but I'm not going to buy it just because I don't need another distraction. It's not that good, you know what I mean? And then I looked at how long I played some games that I have. In particular, Tabletop Simulator. That's what that game's called. It's probably my biggest loser. I've only spent 3 hours on it, or 3.5 hours. And I have no intention of spending any more. It is completely unuser-friendly in how to use. Maybe it isn't, but I'm just, I gotta paint things. I don't have time for that. That's where it comes into, that would be really useful for somebody who doesn't really enjoy painting. Okay, I want to play a game of the face of battle, but I don't want to paint figures. And that's just way too much work. And it makes the computer run hot. You won't even be moving any pieces, and the computer will be like, you can hear the fan. I don't hear well. I'm like, man, why is it so loud? There's literally nothing going on. I'm not rolling dice. I'm not moving pick things. And you'll be playing something like War Thunder, and the computer will be cool and stay. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. So maybe the Rust-Oleum paint that I have, the spray paint, which is what I spray painted this in black, is bad somehow. Because the same stickiness happened again. And I made it a point to not be too close to the spray. Now maybe you were too far away. Maybe the paint is garbage. So, but I didn't want to add another 2 hours to this process by stripping the paint off. Alright, so the problem we have here, if there's a problem, this should be sticky enough to take paint. Let's rinse this off. It's red on the bottom. And I know the red is, I'm probably going to leave the red at this line, of this body line. But the body line is higher here, so that'll have to be part of the blue. So to make this quicker, I'm going to go ahead and remove this. And I'm going to go ahead and paint this and this red. Alright, and here's the red I'm going to use. Vermelon. You've used TTS for playing Age of Sigmar in the past. Not a user-friendly interface. Yeah, it isn't. You know, I mean, an interface should be like, okay, like, none of us are morons, right? We have other issues, right? You move things around and you're like, man, maybe there's a better way to do it. Okay, so let me do a pull down. No, it's like nothing is, you know, it's almost like you're using the mouse left-handed. Yeah, it's like, what am I doing wrong here? Tabletop sim rant incoming. You don't like it? Some people swear by it. There's this one guy that used to post prolifically, and he probably still do. I think I left the group. There was like a computer wargaming thing, and this guy would post constant pictures all the time, and he looked good. Like he'd do all these like these posts about like colonial stuff, like colonial Napoleonic things, and it looked pretty damn good. Like, okay, I'm not going to paint a bunch of Napoleonics. That's like a way to get into it, but I only played it, I think twice, maybe only once, and I was talked into it by someone who wanted to learn how to play DBA 3.0. Want to play DBA 3.0, and I'm like, well, you're all the way across the Atlantic Ocean. I don't know how we can do that. And it's like, well, have you heard of this thing called Tabletop Simulator? And I don't want it to sound like, you know, he talked me into spending $20 or whatever. I did it willingly, or whatever it goes for. But anyways, like, I know how to play 3.0, and he didn't. He was a DBA player, a 2.2 player, and he was like, I want to learn how to play 3.0, because everybody around me is playing 2.2. And I'm like, there's no point in playing 2.2 if you can play 3.0. There's nothing about it that is better, in my opinion. It's always my opinion. Otherwise, I'd be speaking for somebody else. But we're going to keep the red at this body line, and let's just see what it looks like. So we connected, and they're in Europe, and I'm like, well, that'll be convenient, because I'll wake up early, right? Like most Americans would be starting their day at, European 3 p.m. or something like that. Not this clown. And then I find out this person, oh, well, I run a nightclub. So what you're saying is the timing will be terrible. Anyway, so we did find a time to get together. And he walked me through it. He was very familiar with Tabletop Simulator. And he basically would tell me, do this, do that, do the other thing. And I just felt like at the end of the game, I was no better using it than I was at the beginning. And the game was fine. I think that he never was able to convince the other people. There's people that are real, that I've heard. There's people that are super pig-headed. And I'm gonna say pig-headed. I'm sorry if you get offended. That just won't even try 3.0. When 3.0 came out, I said, look, I was tight with this group that the leaders of this group supposedly did not want to try 3.0 because they didn't like the direction it went in or what the author did, what Phil did. So they just weren't going to try it. And I'm like, okay, well, everybody in Florida wants to try it. And it's not fair to just take somebody else's opinion. So Mitch and I are going to play 100 games. You probably remember me saying this. And after 100 games, I'm sure we'll both come to the same conclusion. And we did. We liked it better. And but this guy couldn't get the people in his game group to accept 3.0. And, the only gripe I could see that people have about 3.0 is, I don't want to redo my armies. That's fine. Just use the 2.2 armies. It's not like you're cheating and you decided to make them up yourself. It's the same fucking author. He just decided, well, I think these guys are this way now. Okay, so just use his earlier armies, right? Both people use 2.2s, or use two 2.2 armies, or use a 2.2 and a 3.0, or use two 3.0 armies. Whatever you want. Who cares, right? If you think it's unbalanced, switch sides. Play each other's army kind of thing. Couldn't get people to budge. Couldn't get people to budge. Well, whatever. I don't think they're still playing DV8. I don't know. I haven't reached out to them or anything. It's not my circus, not my monkeys. TTS can be difficult, but I did some cool stuff with it. I made quite a few tables. It's an exercise in doing stuff alone. And if it's not something you really want to do, I don't know. I'm not looking for extra challenges outside of work. I'm not even looking for extra challenges at work. They just kind of fucking happen, you know? So, let's see what this red looks like. And by the way, this yellow spray painted right on top of black. No fucking problem. I didn't even do a brown first. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to take this line up here and we're going to make it blue. And then we're going to take that line up somewhere else. So there's a little bit of yellow on the side, but not a ton. Now, I'm going to do something I'm probably going to regret. And that's actually something that, and the only reason I'm doing this is because of the terrain tutor. So I watched the terrain tutor this last week. I guess he's back. And, you know, you can always learn something from everyone. And one thing I always had with using tape is that, oh, well, it just peels the paint off. And he's like, yeah, well, just stick it down, up and down many times. And I go, well, that's so fucking basic. No wonder I couldn't think of it. So I was originally going to airbrush this. But just to save time, I'm going to, and if it picks up some of the yellow, that's okay too. Let's see what this looks like. Now, how much meat's left on the side in yellow? Okay, yeah. Well, maybe I took up too much sticky stuff off of it. Well, that sucks because I didn't bring this inside. But I can hand paint this. I just figure, okay, maybe this is a way of saving some time. Maybe. I'm gonna follow this to the top of this. I'm going to use this kind of as a guide. And we're going to hand paint this. It doesn't have to look perfect. Good thing. All right, let's get our blue that we decided. And the blues that I have are really weird. They're really, really old. And they like to misbehave and not mix properly. I got a damn hand cramp or some kind of nerve irritation in your left hand. Maybe I was sitting weird yesterday while painting. Yesterday was very Gaslands oriented for me. Well, I'm sorry I couldn't be here. I was doing family stuff. The mother-in-law is here, and not that that's a problem. I'm just saying, you can't be like, okay, that's cool. You're here. See you. That's a in my hole, But this color. It looks great here, and then it's all like gray-like here. I almost ought to throw this fucking color away. Put you in the corner. Nobody puts that shitty ass blue in the corner. I just did. That's too vivid. Let's look at this one. The only damage I've done to myself painting is if I forget I raise this chair or that chair or any previous chair to the wrong height, and then I'm extra hunched over, and then I'll get a crick in my neck. And you know, it's not because you're here for 30 minutes, because you're here for hours upon hours on end. So, yeah, I guess this will do. It's barely coming out. I squeeze it more, I'm going to get half of this bottle out here. Let's try to be frugal with that. It's an old paint that I'm sure when I got it was already old, sitting on a shelf on Brookhurst Hobbies for a long time. Now, I can go ahead and use this black that's here. And I'm probably going to have to do some touch-up, but that's okay. I wanted to get the beginning and the end in the right place. That's all good. There's so many weapons online for free to print. I could do this for weeks now. Well, I guess you shouldn't buy any, but so here's the thing. Let's say you get a file. Let's use something that I have here. A file for this oil can, right? This little oil drum. And say you like it, but maybe you want to add a different spigot to it. Can you download this, put it in your graphics program, a CAD program or CAD type thing, and then like modify other things, and then save it as a file together. So now you added things to it. In other words, or you have to start something from scratch. Because I could see that being really handy. Like, you know, maybe you got a 30 caliber machine gun, right? But you want to print like, I don't know, 2 of them attached to each other or something like that. Is that easy? You know, you could just like, okay, copy this, flip it over, paste. STLs, whatever the hell STL stands for. I'm not a computer guy. I just use computers. I'm not a computer guy. Can't keep up with that stuff all the time. Yeah, I mean, I use YouTube and I can't even keep up with that. I went in and I'm like, oh, my videos haven't been monetized. Why? Oh, well, they change your input of how you do it. Like, well, who the fuck asked for that? Bunch of nerds. So I have a Hugo Chavez like figure that I used for my imaginations. What's the guy's name? Something Contreras. Contreras is a legitimate Spanish origin last name. I don't like to use the term Hispanic. It bugs me. But anyhow, a legitimate Spanish origin last name that means contrarian. So that's what I call the guy. He's got a little nameplate and everything. I forget what his first name is. Emilio? No, it's not Emilio, but it could have been. All right, now we got almost everything on there. Let's see how I did. And if there's a little bit of cleanup, it's okay. That looks pretty fucking good. Pretty freaking good for an idiot. Now, let's see how these color lines line up. I like the way that looks. I know, it looks like that Mad Max bullshit from Australia with those 3 colors together, but it's the Venezuelan flag, or something like that. I don't know if I'm going to put the stars, okay? It's not like, you know, it's not running for Venezuela. This guy just has a thing for Chavez, for whatever reason. You know, this particular driver. It's the play on the name of the car. Okay, and then this is going to be blue also. I don't know if the front's going to be blue, but the side's certainly going to be blue. So now this, with this, and the red's not all the way up, and the blue isn't all the way up either. There we go. Yeah, that's the red car. I did it. Yeah, I was putzing around names in my head. Now, with all that said, I make a big deal out of it all the time. I don't have a name for this guy yet. I have some names, but I'm not going to unveil it until these little teeth, RC teeth that blow up are painted. And I'm not feeling doing that right now. I'm just not feeling doing that right now. The thing I've disliked the most, it's not even close, of painting for Gaslands is the templates. I hate doing them. You know, I really hate doing the little dropping templates and stuff like that. It takes way too long for something that's especially the small ones, because they don't stay the whole game. So you drop one, as soon as one detonates, you pick the whole template up. Well, what's the incentive in spending hours painting something? And I want it to look good. It's not like, oh, we'll just paint it crappily. I can't do that. It's not worth my time. I don't fall into the Picasso factor. I can paint better. If I do something crappy, I can do better than that. So I do better than that. Not like, well, I could paint a masterpiece, but the whole point is what? The whole point is to look like you don't know how to fucking paint? No. I don't abide by that. God, I hate Picasso. I bet Hugo Chavez was a better painter. Hitler was a better painter. Hitler wasn't a bad painter. I'd argue that he was a better painter than a dictator. So should everybody else. So just let the guy paint. Actually, when he was a painter, I don't think he had a mustache. I think that's part of the fucking problem right there. Short and have a mustache. We're going to have problems in the future with this guy. He's going to turn out to be a real dickweed. All right, we're going to go from this line all the way. How far did we go up that? Almost all the way to the top? Okay, cool. Yep, we followed that line. Okay, perfect. This is actually working a lot better than I thought it was going to. And I could airbrush this, but it doesn't need to be that precise. I just don't want the cleaning up of the line with a brush to take, an hour and a half. That's what it would take. It'd look perfect when it was done, but I'd consume an hour and a half. And I'd rather do something else. And remember, this is going to get weathered and all kinds of shit, so it's, it just has to be kind of close at this point. All right, do the same thing here. Wet this down a little bit. I think it's really funny that people make, in modeling groups, you'll see people that make such a big deal like, I found this custom mix for this paint of this aircraft, and I gotta save it now because I'll never be able to reproduce it again. I'm like, well, there's something I don't ever worry about. But I pride myself on being able to match things that even I painted. If I went back and wanted to repaint something that I did, I don't know, add extra units to some army that I did 10 years ago, and I used I could match it. I could match it up no problem. And it also helps that I know what colors I didn't use. You've seen some 3D printable tokens and templates for Gaslands. Haven't tried printing them though. Yeah, I'm talking about the templates that Creepy Hero makes, and there's nothing wrong with them. They're great. They just I don't want to spend the time doing it. I don't want to spend the time painting the caltrops. The ground part is easy. It's everything else. It's like, man, this is. I mean, it should match the quality of the drop items should match the quality of your cars. They need to look like they're made by the same artist, right? So, the same painter. I'm a painter, not an artist. Artist, I got to start acting really weird. Dress funny. dressed non-traditionally. Nothing wrong with that. It's just not me. Like I said before, I wouldn't want to work somewhere where they have a uniform, because a uniform always reminded me of like people that had to be mandated to. You have to like put you in a corner so you wouldn't misbehave. I'm not a misbehaving kind of person, you know. All right, let's see how we did. Well, you know, it's close enough. Then now you can tinker with it. All right, let's put all the pieces together and see. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got here. I didn't even know this thing was a Yugo. Marty ran his mouth. Oh, that's a Yugo. I'm like, it is? Well, it's a pretty cool looking Yugo, you know, for a Yugo. It actually looks really good. Now, I don't know what I'm going to do with the roof, and I don't know that I'm going to do anything else with the roof. I'm fine with it being yellow. It doesn't need to be, you know, if you're going to wear a pair of pants, if you're dressed up as, you know, Uncle Sam or some shit like that, right? And you want to go over the top, and you're going to wear, you know, red striped pants and stuff like that, or be like really freaking loud. You don't need the fucking suspenders that also have red, white, and blue on them too. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can have things that go way too far. So, the only reason I would do a stripe, the stripe on the center would have to be blue, right? Yes. And then I would have to leave the yellow on one side and then red on the, I'm going to leave the roof the way it is. I'm going to leave the roof the way it is. And it actually gave me some interesting suggestions. And this is what I'm talking about, you know, I don't let ChatGPT just design shit, you know, but I did pull it in, and I wasn't even looking for a clown car, and it has memory. It remembers I was doing clowns, so it decided to put a clown car of Yugo Chavez. There's little clown things on there. But, you know, he's got like a blue stripe across the top. Got the likeness of Chavez on the front. We're not going to do all that stuff. I don't like it. It's not like he's particularly attractive or anything like that. But I am going to put, probably in red on the wing, I'm probably going to go write Yugo Fast on it. So, I don't know if I'm even going to do the stars. I think it's enough. It's not like, you know, we need to go full crazy on it. Hey, what's up, Lee? So, that means these particular guns, the gun pods, probably need to be yellow. Okay? And this can is just going to be, you know, metallic colored. This oil drum, which will be back here somewhere. What's this grill look like? It's like it's missing something. I'm going to make this whole area blue down here, so it ties into that. Let's go ahead and pull this off. Not that I can't draw a straight line, but it saves some time. You can be a little bit less careful with it. Waiting to see if I anger some pseudo Bolivarians. I guess that would be what you would call them, about their fearless leader. Alright, where's the... Okay. I don't like it when they do things like this, like they put parts that are... You can't just paint the back, it's made up of multiple things. Okay, so the bottom of this is blue. Okay, so this is going to be blue here. You know, the people, like, if you made fun of Fidel Castro, everybody would be crying, oh, he was trying to, give us freedom. I'm like, no. Gonna get going, eat some breakfast. All right. Always making you hungry. All right, we got, I think the rest of it, we could probably figure it out as we go. I think we can probably do that sort of thing. Interior, I'm not going to mess with the interior. It's going to stay black. I'm probably going to put grading on the side of the windows. Almost certainly. But not the front. Because the front, I have to use this windscreen, so it might as well be bulletproof. You know? Might as well be bulletproof. I think what we probably need to do at this stage is go ahead and do the window thingies. So we can remove that. Okay, looks like we're going to continue up that line. Let's continue up that line all the way to the end. Yeah, I don't usually stop for breakfast because I don't dare get on here without breakfast first. Now let's cut this end right on an intersection, okay? All right, and when we do this, yeah, let's bring this all the way up to there. Okay, and these are all the same width, and this one is not, so I'm gonna cut this one along there. Okay, so now we have an even piece. All right, and we're gonna go up 1, 2, 3 complete full ones. 1, 2, 3 complete full ones. Let's do it again. 1, 2, 3. So we need to cut this one along there. Right. 1, 2, 3. That thing you sent me, Ben, yesterday, that's not legit, is it? There's no way someone's eating that. There's no way someone's eating that. The first thing I thought of when you sent me that. Should have let the Germans win. should have let the Germans win. Ben sent me this video of like basically my nightmare food item, and it was like I don't even know how to describe it. I don't even know how to describe it. It was like a pancake filled. It was a shit show. I mean, that's like something you're wearing that. Like, you know, I don't know if there's a safe way to eat that and not wear it. On the outside, it looked like one of those, oh man, what are they called? Empanada. It looked like an empanada, a really big empanada sandwich, with, you know, a disaster inside. Okay, I think that if we cut along that line, we should be safe. Yeah, I forgot which one it is. 1, 2, okay, so cut those two, leave this one. Leave the one, so cut this one off and this one off. I'm going to leave a little bit of the ends. And I don't need the ends, so I just wanted to make sure before I remove them that it wasn't going to look all funky. Okay, that fits on there really nicely. Now we just need another one like that, and I'm going to make a mirror image of it. So by doing that, because the sides are different, like one side almost has like, it looks like almost like corrosion. And maybe it's not that noticeable when you paint it, but these are both the same length, right? Yep. So let's flip this one back asswards. Okay, and we're going to cut this line here. Did I still manage to fuck it up? Yes, I don't know why I have so much trouble with doing this mirror image stuff. Okay, well, fuck it then. It doesn't really matter. It's not that noticeable. Okay. It's fine. And then we're going to go ahead and take our super glue. Let's bring Gluelandia out here again. Which this has worked really well. And the whole point in doing this is so you don't like end up putting a paintbrush in this. That's the only point to do this. And we need a toothpick. I just don't like stripping the entire vehicle. It's not worth the time. I've done it. You may have more detail. The detail might be a little deeper, and you also may not. And it is a shitload more work. It's not a good value of my time. Oh, I'm making a mistake. Should have primed this black first. Well, we can get to the inside, so we'll be all right. We'll be all right. We've done it this way before too, and it's a little more finicky. We stopped by the liquor store yesterday to pick up a few things for last night. And not that I had hardly anything to drink, but it was fun going in there with the daughter and her being able to try everything. You know, because the Puritans run this country, and you got to be 21 to drink alcohol, or to even have a sip of alcohol in public. I hope we get to take over someplace sometime in the future, and we get to send our Puritans somewhere over there. It's like, here, you deal with these buckle shoe wearing jokers. I don't know. Puritans might actually drink in the UK. That's just not what I associate with them. So that was a cool thing. That was like an outing without having to. I'm not going to be one of those people like, hey, let's go there for taste tests. Because sometimes they have, like advertising companies are pushing whatever it is that they're pushing, vodka or whatever, and they're there giving free samples. So that was kind of fun. Okay, and this will have to be black. It'll eventually be, I have a feeling it's probably going to be yellow. I'm probably going to make it the yellow color and not make it super stand out. Let's see how this little guy is going together with all these pieces. That's going to go there. This is going to go here. And this is going to go here. Remember, that's not the final red, it's not the final blue. The blue is closer to the final color than the red is. I think that looks pretty good. I don't think I'm going to do the stars on it. I'm just going to do the 3-stripe color. If people don't know what it is, well, then you need to you need to educate yourself a little bit more. I don't get it. What's the significance of go get an education. And that's going to be like this. It's amazing it fits in there like perfectly. I mean, like, wow. Almost like it's bespoke. One of my least favorite words. It'd be a fine word if the definition for it was different. Like, man, I was in a church service and that one guy was really loud. He bespoke and made a scene. What's wrong with the word custom? Those are definitely going to have to be yellow. And I'm going to have to hand paint it, unfortunately. I'm not going to fire up the airbrush, put more yellow, just do that. It'll cover okay, but you know what? I probably need to get moving on it. Land away. This is going to cover like crap. And I don't want to put brown first because this color didn't have brown first either. And it might look a little different from the other yellow, but it'll tie in enough. Let's find a brush that we want to trust this task to. This ratty ass one I guess will work. If I was building like a model plane or something and I wanted to paint it yellow, I would not use this method. But this is basically going to be a weathered, mistreated thing anyways. Fine, I'll hold your ass by the barrel. That'll look good enough. That'll all iron itself out. You know, like we've got some yellow that's missing up here just from getting scuffed around the corner. You know, we're gonna brighten this thing up by doing an overpainted yellow. Just to get the main color in there. This yellow is excellent. This is probably the best yellow I've ever used. And yellow is always like, you know, like, doesn't cover well. This yellow is gorgeous. This Army Painter Phoenix Flame's gorgeous. Doesn't cover worth a damn. I mean, yellow has a problem covering anyways. And I want to prime it white. I know how to get yellow to cover well. And it's not, like I said, I'm not painting an entire aircraft. This needs to look very weathered. And, you know, I could have continued. I wanted to be kind of, like, not covered well on it before. You know, I didn't want it to be like bright showroom yellow, right? So, I wanted it to be just like, you know, I want to put this red. The red's not all the way up. The yellow's not all the way up. The blue's not all the way up. All right, I think the super glue has dried enough that we can go. I think I'm going to be really happy with this. I think I'm going to be really happy with it. Like I said, these cars are taking about the same amount of time to paint an entire car as it did to paint one 15mm figure. Assuming you're doing something like Knights or something like that. The way I was doing 15mm figures. And it's not that I don't want to paint 15mm figures or that I got tired of doing it. Let's go back to the primer if it's still alive. And it looks like it is not. It's not that I don't want to paint 15mm figures. Like when you're done with a 15mm figure, what do you have? Nothing, right? You still need several more to be able to stick on a stand. And it's even worse than that. If you're doing Knights, you want to, you know, when you've got 4 stands of Knights, you need to paint 12 figures before you assemble them all, you know, because I don't want to just paint one stand like this. I want to paint them all and then decide how to mix and match them. So I got to paint 12 figures before I can assemble them on a stand and then I still have to goop the stand. It's just it takes a longer time to get a reward to see your efforts come to fruition. It's probably the best way to describe it. I don't dislike it. I like all my 15 millimeter. The other day when I pulled out the Irish, I remembered how much fun I had painting those figures, and I really did. But you got to do a lot of other things other than painting the figures before you get to see how your handiwork turned out. Completely. 20s aren't the same way. If I was going to paint another medic, for my Americans or my British or whoever the hell decided to do, you paint the figure, you put that one guy on a stand, he's going to be on a stand by himself, and then you're done. You can see how it turned out. Not like, well, I got to wait for paint 11 more guys, It's just easier to keep going when you have little whistle stops of self you have something to show for it in a small period of time. That's all. Nothing against painting 15s, And I don't really like building these things in stages. I really wish I could build everything, spray everything black, let's go from there, right? But that's just the nature of this beast. Okay? And we'll get a little bit on the inside here so you don't look at it at some angle and then realize you missed something. Although, the 3D printed grading is gray. It's not like it's hot pink or something that looks really out of place. Boy, I'm going to disconnect this. We're not going to glue the wheel shut until it's permanently together. I like the red split from the blue. It's easy. It's going to be quicker to paint that than a little quicker, I would think. Okay, I think that's I'm going to bring that red back, which is over here. And let's bring the red up. And it's still going to come up a little higher than that. I don't know. I don't remember if that's showing or not, but the thin coats aren't as much of a problem for me as if the paintbrush is sticking and leaving, I wouldn't say brush marks, but leaving issues on there. And I think we'll go ahead and paint this wing. You put 8 letters on there. Yugo fast. So, is that wide enough, or should I go ahead and add this edge? And I think I'm going to go ahead and add this edge. Let's lighten this up a little bit more. Or come all the way to the end. We're going to do this too. You spend a little bit more time painting something like this, it allows other things like the grading that I know that I want to do next and I can't because the primer's still wet to dry. And then by the time you're done with this, you're able to go back to painting what you really wanted to paint. if that makes any sense. It's just kind of an added bonus. I don't want the underside of this in yellow. Yeah, see, I rubbed all that yellow right off there. Not a problem. When we come in with that final stage, we'll dry brush that, and weathering it'll all. We won't be touching that stuff like that. Okay, now we'll let that dry a little bit. I don't know what color I want to do the grading. I'm really not sure. So I think I'm going to punt on that one. Great. Did I put the blue away? I did, didn't I? I'm pretty sure it's this one. We'll know when we. Yep, it's exactly the blue. All right, we've had enough of this thing. I don't want to take this big turd of paint that's probably there out right now. So that's a color I haven't used much at all, and I probably got it from the hobby store that I ordered this from 20 years ago, and it was already old. I think it was already either a bad batch or something. It's not a big deal. It works fine. Just need to be cautious of that. Conscious. Not cautious, conscious. Okay, so that's up. There's no blue there. There is some blue here at the front. I wonder how long it'll take somebody from Colombia to be like, that's not the Venezuelan flag. It doesn't have stars in it. I'm like, I don't want to put stars on it. It doesn't go with the, it doesn't look right. You know, it'd be like painting a car red, white, and blue, right? And like, oh, well, it doesn't have all the 50 stars on it, so it's not American. I'm like, I wasn't the one that decided it was a good idea to put stars on this flag. I think it's going to look amazing. It looks a little bit of it looks like a Ford Fiero to a degree. And see how we're. I'm really happy with that, and it's not done. I'm really, really happy with that. I'm really, really happy with that. That doesn't look odd or anything. I may bring that blue all the way around the back. I haven't decided yet. I know you guys can't see. It looks better than the picture that was rendered with. This is the same colors as that Mad Max thing. Now people are going to think, oh, it's a Mad Max thing. No, it's a fucking Venezuelan flag colors, man. Oh, kill that. Yeah, that blue's, that's the lighting. The blue's not that dark. You know, there's a little bit of cleanup that you need to do on there, but I think using the tape means you only have to clean that one little spot up. All right, I'm going to use Little Boy's Room. I'll be right back. Like, I'm on a tear now. Like, I want to see the thing done now. I don't want to, not get this done this morning. I'm not in a hurry, but I'm like, I want to see what this little guy looks like. And it's a buggy, a little 13-point vehicle. So, be right back. A little bit longer delayed than planned. Yeah, it's gonna be a little while before we use you. Yeah, it looks like this should have lights, but I guess it doesn't. Yeah, it's just weird the way to design that thing, I guess. Design that casting, that toy, I don't know. Used to things calling castings, but I guess technically this is a casting, but. All right, what do we do? What do you do next? We need to bring the red up another one, for sure. Let's paint this barrel and these things metallic. I don't have anything else I need to cut up. So I'm going to move this off to the side and then remove this. We do not need this right now. And let's go ahead and let's finish priming the black of this so we don't have it just glaring at you. Even though most of this probably will not be noticeable. I would have put different wheels on it. I didn't have any off-road wheels that were the same size. That's the same. That's basically the. I don't want to like cut in the wheel well. I mean, it's not worth. I don't want to get into that kind of a major modification. If I was going for a certain look, it's different. I didn't really have anything in mind, so it's all right by me to look this way. I'm not going to just repaint and change things just for the sake of repainting and changing things when it looks just. I'm ambivalent about how it looks. Yeah, that's why a lot of these vehicles that already come pre-painted, all I'm doing is just weathering them, enhancing them, putting weapons on them because I'm fine with the way they look. I'm fine with the way the designer designed them. And now we'll do the same thing with the blue. The same thing with the blue. I mean, it doesn't have to look perfect. I mean, it looks perfect enough. It doesn't have to look perfect. Whoever put this thing together probably did a shitty job of painting it. I don't mean me. I mean, you know, in 1/64th scale, right? You get a little 1/64th scale guy that did this. Really fucking good. It looks really, really good. And we're not even remotely close to the finished product. It usually doesn't look this good before you get to this stage. So it's kind of pleasant that they were already seeing some positives this far out. I'm going to wait on the window. I don't know what color we're going to do a window. Let's do the same thing with the yellow. You can't do that with yellow. Yes, you fucking can. Yes, you can. Especially this yellow. Flat yellow from Vallejo. And I don't know that all yellows are created the same. And by that I mean, I don't know that all yellows in every paint bottle are the same from the same yellow in a different paint bottle. This one happens to be nicely opaque. More opaque than I've seen in any other yellow. Now, if it was all watery, this would still work. But the fact that it isn't, added bonus. I'm gonna make the windows yellow. I don't like it, repaint them red or whatever. I don't want to automatically make it look like add another color in the zone. I think one of the important things in this one, in this build, is that the colors kind of conform to the whole tricolor thing. And they're in the zone they belong in. To get the right point across. For no other reason other than that. You did some car shopping. Now, welcome back. This thing's turning out fucking amazing. I love that when this happens this far out from the finished product. I mean, we still have black lining to do, drippings, putting it all together. Well, maybe there's not that many. There's still a lot to be done. And for me to get really excited about what this looks like this far out. You went car shopping in person, or you went online, or online is just not very useful. I just I don't want to spend $6 to ship something. I just don't. It's not an incentive to purchase something. Now, I am scheduled to go to Walmart today. Now, with that said, there is something I'm on the lookout for. It is a short school bus. We've talked about this before. It might be with a current build now. I got a nice email from a manufacturer of parts, which you already know about this, Hoffman, but that wanted to send me a bunch of parts to use in my cars. There's somebody I've already purchased from them before, I think twice. I'm a big fan of their stuff. He's like, well, if you send me some stuff, will you build some cars with it and send me pictures? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I didn't ask them to do that, you know. They're not asking me to go to the post office, mail anything to anybody. Absolutely. I want to support people that make products I'm the consumer, but I want to support people that make products that I like so that they stay around and stay in business, right? There's nothing worse than having like a great product and like, well, they couldn't stay in business. I'm like, well, fuck, I miss out too, you know? So, what's up, Ben? Well, Walmart would be one of those top 3 locations to find one of those. It's still the Yugo, yeah. Yeah, I know, it looks amazing. You're out getting breakfast and stop at a neighborhood Walmart. I don't know if I don't have one of those. I know what you're talking about. A Walmart marketplace, I don't. Are the people in there better? I'm telling you, you gotta go to Trader Joe's to get you some of those Asian women if that's what you're interested in. Walmart, you're not gonna get. Let's put this thing together so you can see what I'm talking about. This is so fucking exciting. Oh my gosh, this is so good. I love it. And I could have done this without an airbrush. So I don't like to. If it sounds like I'm always promoting airbrushing, I'm really not. It's the rattle can company that went to hell that I have to use an airbrush now. Not that I was ever an airbrush guy. I could have done this with hand paint. It just gonna take a lot longer. Look at this little fucking bastard. And I'm not gonna put the stars on it. It looks a little too like out of place. Oh, looks like I got something coming. So I'll take a look at that too. Let's take a look at this. Look at this little fucker. God, I'm excited. Look at this. That looks freaking great. Now, the red wing is on purpose. We're going to put Yugo Fast on the top of it. Okay, we'll hand paint that. I got to have a hand paint thing in there because, you know. So, they didn't have a huge selection. It was picked pretty, but you got 3 decent ones. All right, so let's see what we got. I'm assuming that's what you sent. I sent the photos. Appointment reminder. I know, it's 3 days away. Jesus Christ. Those are good. And I have 2 of them. I don't have the top one. The bottom one is what I'm going to make Blackjack Shellac. Blackjack Shellac is the bottom one. And I'm probably going to get rid of the yellow. Not because it doesn't look good the way it is. But, yeah, that's going to be Blackjack Shellac. Little Roar, you could stand to buy 12 Little Roars. And then scrap them for the wheels. Those wheels are excellent. And not because they're already brown colored. That's nothing. And honestly, the front wheels on this Max Steel are also incredible. I don't have one of them because it's open topped, and I just don't have open top figures that I like. But yeah, that's 3 winners right there. Yeah, the Renault E-Space. That's going to be Blackjack Shellac. Yeah, I have one. I only have 4. I have that one. I have the little, the Clio. I think that's what it's called. It looks like a mini car. One of those caskets you drive around, you're going to fucking die in. And I've got the car from, For Your Eyes Only, whatever it's called. It's a Citroen, I believe. It's in red, but I'm going to repaint it like the car from New York, For Your Eyes Only, which is, I think, yellow. I think it's almost like a lime yellow. I don't know, maybe I'm misremembering it. Yeah. I just don't like the drivers, other than Implements of Carnage, okay? And I haven't had the huevos to freaking go and order it because I don't want to spend $20. I don't need it that badly. If I didn't have anything, it's different. I got lots of stuff that I like. I don't want to spend $20 on shipping. That's what it's going to cost. I still think it's probably a good value because those Implements of Carnage have like MG42 looking things, right? I don't really want to grab legitimate MG42s and use them, but like, I wouldn't mind stuff like that in like, a German car or something like that, or you can call them MG3s if it makes you feel a little bit more comfortable, But this is looking. I am really happy with this. Really, 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 really happy with it. So, and a lot of it is because I'm like, I like the name. The name is a winner, but I'm like, I don't know how the delivery on this is gonna work, And you know what I say? Just shut the fuck up and paint. Just paint your way out. All right, let's see if my transfer of this color worked worth a damn. This is where I took 2 of these base warriors and put it in a new can, a new bottle, and see if this isn't a nightmare. Every time I'm gonna squeeze this thing tight. We don't want. But every time I've been opening this color up, it's been like a slurry of metalness. Those 3 cars are 3 winners for sure. And again, it's not because it's an open car. I don't have any drivers that I love. And I would love to have guys that are like those, they just look like the Stig. Okay? That's it. Just put them in a freaking jumpsuit, or plain clothes, whatever. Give them a helmet. Not that I'm opposed to painting a face, but, I don't want guys with like a mohawk on the Mexican lowrider team. Doesn't really fit. I don't want a guy with a mohawk, in the Urban Brotherhood, right? Like, I'm fine getting like rappers. They make rapper figures. They're like $16 a piece. I'm like, and then you get it and you're like, I don't know if he's going to look good, that kind of thing. But I'm not opposed to painting figures. So it's just more, it's just nothing. It's not there yet. So. That's what I would 3D paint. That's what I would 3D print. But I'm not 3D printing. I can't be into everything. And like I said, I get frustrated is probably the wrong word. I get annoyed by things like all of a sudden my phone had some update. I don't know what happened. And then when I text people, it's auto-correcting every word, which I turned off a long time ago. Because I type things in other languages and things like that to people. And, I don't get annoyed that, I have to correct my shit. What's the other thing that happens? Oh, my YouTube. They changed how you monetize things. And now I have to go through another step of things. And it's just like, this is working. It's just like, this is work. If something's working great, don't fuck with it, right? It's like, don't fuck with it. And it's like they're burglars behind the scene fucking with things. Well, they got to keep screwing with things or then they're not needed. I mean, I have a job where there's no fear of that happening, ever. Like, oh man, things are going too smooth. I guess I'm out of a job. That's not going to happen for me, So, me no comprende when those things happen. We'll do this in metal, even though this may end up probably being blue. Okay. And of course this. Maybe if I did something for a living like that woman on, what was the third Indiana Jones movie? All she's doing is stamping things all day long the same fucking way in India, in the movie. In that library in, what was it, Venice? I think that's where it was. I'm like, maybe if I had some kind of a job like that. But okay, that's metal. All right. Stand down from that. What's next? Probably the black lining. Black lining is probably next. Black lining is probably next. Once I wait a little bit and glue these bits on, that could also be next. But I've seen everybody that's out there that 3D prints figures. I don't like them. No offense towards their 3D printing skills. Most of those people didn't design those things anyways. They're not my style, And the figures I do have, they're not great, but they work. And they're more my style than the other stuff that's out there, Okay, let's go ahead and do let's go ahead and black line what we have, which is actually a step I like a lot. And I know some people wouldn't be able to stand how slow it is, but it's honestly not that slow, And one of the reasons I enjoy doing it is because you get to appreciate the nooks and crannies on these vehicles. And I say this all the time, and maybe it's because I'm nearsighted as fuck. But I really enjoy the artistry that goes into putting the details on these little vehicles that you get for a freaking $1. I honestly don't know how they make them for $1. Whatever excuse they have, I just don't understand how they can make this for $1. But the thing about going and looking at cars at, say, Walmart or wherever, it's fun to do, even if you don't buy any. Unless every time you go to one, it's always the same thing. And that's kind of what I've encountered lately. They haven't rotated their stock yet, or they haven't had new cases or something. I've basically seen everything that's out there. I've either bought it, or it's something I don't want. They've got some British cars. It's like I guess it's a British car. And you know which one I'm talking about. It's called a Mc something. It comes in several flavors, and it's kind of like a little sports car. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like a very particular type of racing vehicle, but it's Mc something or another. And I haven't picked one up because it's not a real vehicle. Like, it doesn't. It doesn't call to me. There's nothing wrong with it. You like the wheels on a little roar? Yeah, the wheels on a little roar are excellent. I'd like to keep them for something else, but really like the car too. If I keep going to this neighborhood Walmart, they don't have enough for it to be fun. Well, the grocery store chain in here used to have a toy aisle. And used to have a toy aisle that the whole aisle wasn't toys, but it was in the middle of the aisle. And now they don't have one. The one that's near me doesn't have one. And I always have to find where it is. And it's one little section, not too much different than like the area here where my paints are, the side thing of the paints are. Not too different from maybe this size. And that's where the cars are. And they only have Hot Wheels and you know, they have a reasonable selection, but when those places start getting really low on stock, there's hope that they get a restock, you know. But places don't restock like they used to, so you never know when that's gonna happen. I'm just waiting for somebody to go, hey, aren't you a little old to be looking at cars? Aren't you a little, why are you so stupid enough still buying lottery tickets? You know, like, a car is a lottery ticket. Every time you buy a car, you win, you know? There's another full-size Walmart a little further, and right next to it is another competitor supermarket called Heb. Oh, I've heard good things about that. I'll check both next time I go to either. Yeah, you know, it's not a pain in the ass if you're going to the store anyways. It's not like you're driving all the way around town. There's a guy here in Florida in the Clearwater area in Pinellas County, you know, St. Petersburg. I don't know what his channel is. I don't know that I'm subscribed to his channel, but he goes and he's a collector, right? And he's a young guy. He's probably, let's say, 30. And he comes in with his camera, and he's like, that's what he's filming his video. Okay, we're walking up into Target, you know, and he's filming everything, and he's going through the, you know, it's kind of a little bit of ASMR, you know, looking through stuff, see what he's going to find, but he doesn't do anything with it. He just fucking collects shit. But he'll do one video where he goes to like 16 stores. First of all, that's a huge waste of gas and a huge waste of your day off. I mean, that takes a long time. So, you know, I'm going to the store anyways. It's nothing to go over to the toy aisle, you know, and straighten up their toy area. I'm not one of those like, well, it's not my job. It isn't my job. I don't have to fucking do it. But there is some satisfaction of straightening things up. You know, I want to look through everything, so waiting for somebody to say, what are you doing over here? What are you doing here? I'm doing stuff that your fucking employees don't do, like straightening this shit out. You know? I've worked retail before. I didn't mind straightening the shelves. It's actually one of the things about retail that's the least annoying. The most annoying thing is the pay. You can't make a living doing that, you know, but I've said this before, retail is not a bad job. It just doesn't pay the bills. And I think these days it really doesn't pay the bills. Because the bills, you know, everything's just so much more expensive. Yeah, things that would suck about a retail job, taking inventory. Oh, that is just a cancer on your mind. Inventory. Nothing ever turns out right. Somebody counts it wrong. I absolutely hate inventory. I don't care where you work, it always turns fucked up. It's always fucked up. Well, this isn't coming out right. Something's always fucked up. It's the universal truth. Inventory is always fucked up. if you're going to check out, well, let's see how many of these you have. That's one thing. But if you're doing it from a busy work standpoint, like I don't like anything busy work. I give myself enough busy work. But you're better off buying, let's say you want extra wheels, right? You're better off buying more of that little Jeep, whatever it was called. What is that cute little bastard called? Because it is a cute little bastard. Little Roy? Yeah, I have one. You're better off buying one of those than, and I'm going to show you another vehicle that has great wheels on it. I know because I can find it easily. You're better off buying like 4 of those and using the wheels than going somewhere and like buying custom wheels. Like the custom wheels are too expensive. Let me show you these. I think I have several of these. Easily found. Yeah, this guy right here. This is a great vehicle. It's a good vehicle anyways. And they make it in a couple different flavors. This is a Land Rover Defender. And this Land Rover Defender has superb wheels. And this is a modern, this is a DG special. This has excellent wheels. But when you start looking at wheels, you start realizing, man, a lot of these cars have the same damn wheels on them as every other car. You start looking at that and you're like, man, I never noticed it. There's only 4 different wheel styles or something like that. And I don't want to take a Dremel and expand the size of this wheel for a different wheel. That's not worth it. I don't necessarily, it doesn't need to look a certain way. And working with the Dremel is one of the most dangerous things in this hobby. I'm not saying it's dangerous. You got to be paying attention. You can't fuck around. And I'm not fucking around anyways. I'm just saying that, bad things can happen. Much more than like, an X-Acto knife, These damn rivets are being so annoying. I wish there was a way to like make rivets and stuff like that and like attach them to them. Maybe there is, but it reminds me of the day when I was doing 1/35th scale models and you'd buy like a whole set of rivets and you're supposed to like sand them down and just leave the little rivet part. I'm like, wow, that's like extreme. And like I said, yeah, I'm not looking for a build that has to look a certain way. So I may try to combine a couple things. I need to go to the store, and on the way to the store is work, and I think I'm gonna stop in for a couple hours and do something that I just haven't been able to knock out in a week for work, just due to incessant interruptions. I'd rather do that than come in like an hour earlier all week. Because you come in an hour earlier and there's fucking people already there. And I'm like, man, I came in early to knock my shit out, not to, have this interaction that we're having right now. Interruptions are my cancer. And I don't mean interruptions like you guys, like, hey, can you look this? I don't mind doing, love doing that. Love doing that. It's the other stuff where you lose your mind. Like you have to, it's not like, okay, we can look up how many T-34s they made in 1940 when I get to the point in the step, right? It's like my brink of choosing. It's like literally like people come and interrupt you in the middle of like when they got 7 things going on. There's a guy that has a booth at the flea market in Mount Dora, and he has a lot. The guy took the video, so if you looked at me, whatever the guy's name is, I can never remember his name. He's got a Germanic last name, but he has this bucket. He has 4 buckets. Actually, they might be as big as my clear container that my cars are in. I honestly don't remember. Maybe they're 5-gallon buckets, and they're all full with cars that are used. And most of them are not in horrible shape, but if they were, they'd be okay. And he's selling them for 50 cents a piece. And it would take a long time to go through that. And I think I need to plan one day to go there, bring a fucking chair or something, and then just go through everything. And just go like, okay, well, let's look through, because you're like, okay, well, I could spend 50 cents a piece. What's that? 2 for $1. $5 is 10. $10 is, you could easily spend $40. What's that? 80 cars? I'm a retard. I can't. What's $40? 80 cars? I think so. 10 is, the fuck's in this coffee? Not enough caffeine, I can tell you that much. This is why you shouldn't do drugs, folks, because, not doing drugs, you still lose your mind. Yeah, 80 cars. Well, fucking 80 cars. I mean, even if I don't want the chassis just for the wheels, you could do a lot with that, And that's relatively cheap. Go spend $40 on freaking eBay on wheels and see how many wheels you get. Do they smell? At the flea market? No, he sells new stuff. I mean, he isn't. The flea market we have that's 18 miles away. The one in Waldo is depressing going there. You got to take 3 morale checks to go in there because it just feels sad. Like you walked into a place and it doesn't have running water kind of place. Just like decrepit. There's some guys selling new stuff there. Like one guy but he's selling like cars for like $3 to $12 a piece. And there's some cool cars, but I'm like, I don't need. Every car I have is cool. I don't need more cars. I'm just like, it'd be nice to have some wheel changes. Hofsinger, something like that. Anyways, he has a lot of stuff in there, and I remember the first time I stopped in there. I've only been in that flea market twice, and I found out about it because before one of my game conventions in Orlando, I was in Target, which tends to have nothing. Target tends to have a really bad selection for whatever reason. I don't know why. I don't necessarily dislike the store. I mean, I rarely go into Target, but anyhow. And I ran into a guy about my age or so, and he was on his way to work. This was on a Friday morning before my game convention. And he was telling me, oh, you should really check out this flea market that's in Mount Dora. And it's like part of it is indoors, like people have like booths. It almost looks like a mall. And then some of it is the traditional flea market looking stuff. And some of them have like this guy's booth that he's got a relatively large area with, his stock organized really well. And, that kind of stuff. That's where I got Fire Marshal Phil from. And I might have gotten a couple of other things. Oh, I got one of London buses from him. And nice guy, but you got to be careful when you go there. You got to call him ahead and see who's going to be there because, like, the first time I went there, I'm like, man, this place is great. I'm going to look at the rest of the flea market. You going to be here all day? And he's like, yeah, I got to leave at 12:30. I'm like, it's 12:15 now. It's like, oh, well, shit, I got to go. So I literally ran him out and didn't get a chance to look at his store. So when I went there a couple of months ago, I made sure to go straight to him. I called him. I had his business card. And I called him and I said, hey, I just want to make sure you're going to be there. Because there's other vendors there, but and I didn't know that he had those buckets of the 50-cent cars. And I don't care if they're in good shape or not. You know, if they're not in good shape, then I'm going to make them wrecky. You know, I'm going to make them look like they have not been taken care of. But because I don't want to automatically go and we'll strip them. It's a lot of work. You know. So. But the flea market in Waldo, the last time I went there, what did I pick from there? I think the Fist Off is from there. I don't remember. I probably should, look at my videos. Although I don't know that I made a video on what I got from there. But I got several cars. They had them but they only had like one bin, like the size of a garbage can, maybe, of cars. And, when you're going through them, I hate to sound like I'm out of shape, but you need to sit down somewhere because otherwise you're going to pull something in your back doing it for like 30 minutes in an awkward position, and you need somewhere else to sort through them. And, it just takes time to do that kind of sort of thing. And it's fun, even if you don't buy anything. It's fun to go through there. And the lady that I talked to there, she says that she buys them in buckets. It sounds like she gets them on eBay, and she buys them for, I don't know, $10 for a shit ton of cars. It's more than $10, but whatever, she gets them by the bucket load. So, she sells them for, $1 a piece or whatever. $1 if you get something that's not made anymore is a pretty good deal. You're going to try and print some car shells for Rex. Yeah, what's the site? What is the site that you're getting these STLs from? Is there like one site that's like, that's the really good site? And did that one site, what is it, Wargaming 3D closing down, did that affect you at all? Well, I'm glad you're 3D printing because it sounds like you weren't using your machine, so I'm glad I'm an enabler. It's all good, man. But I think you understand why I don't want to get into it. It's just like, the reality is I'm already in enough things. It's like just going to take time and let the people that are really good do that kind of stuff. It'd be like, let the people that are really good do that kind of thing. Just Google what I want plus the word STL, okay? If I want to be able to change a model, I try to find something on a website called Tinkercad. All right, we're going to write this stuff down. And it's not because I want you to do things for me, because I don't. I don't. I know you hate the fucking post office probably as much as I do. Well, the post office people aren't out to get me. Tinkercad. Okay, Tinkercad. And I wouldn't do it because, well, I didn't do the Windows upgrade, and I'm not going to do it because my computer's working fucking great. So I'm not upgrading to 11. I don't surf with my computer. I don't want to get a nuisance virus. Okay, search STL. All right, so let's try this. Let's try this, okay? There's a vehicle, my first vehicle, nobody makes. It's a vehicle that's, it's like a Yugo. No, it's not like a Yugo. The other thing about a Yugo, probably the production value on a Yugo is probably really poor. regardless of horsepower and anything else. So let's see if we can do this. Let's see. We're going to go Nissan 200 SX SER STL. Holy fuck. I need to get into 3D printing. That's... wow. 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 Holy shit. Oh. Well, it's $17 fucking dollars. Well, that's not a great deal. I don't want one that bad. Besides, this doesn't have the same grille my car had. That was a good little car too. Yeah. It was kind of like a Sentra. A souped up Sentra. Two-door. Only car I had that was two-door. Damn it, I miss it. I got 155 fucking thousand miles out of it. It's not like, I didn't. Okay, so let's say I wanted to buy this, which I don't. Cuts 3D. $17. It's just not... I mean, that's stupid. I'm going to print one of them. All right, here's my bitching about Europeans. You ready? I don't dislike you Europeans, okay? You guys know that. I like the metric system. A lot. I do. Despite temperature being a fuckery. But I don't like when you guys put 14.5 millimeters and you don't use a period, you use a comma. That shit's got to stop, man. You guys got to get your act together. I don't know, 14,5. Oh, it's 14 and a half. No, then use a fucking decimal point. You had an ad. What car was? You had an ad. You guys are getting ads in the middle of the feed. Oh, we got to stop that shit. I'm against that. If you guys get that all along, I had that set, or I used to have it set that I don't want that crap because I don't like that. That turns like you're gonna miss something. All right, so let's look at this. This 200 SX. This is my first car, or close to what my first car looked like. Obviously, it wasn't gold. It was silver. It's $17. That's stupid. Well, one person has downloaded it. Of course. What are you going to do? Print it one time? More images. Some of them are tuned out. Man, I love rice burners. I do. And I don't mean it ugly. That is a term of endearment. I drive a rice burner now, and I'm proud of it. And I always liked. Okay, so in Japan, or in other places, the 200 SX is what used to be called the 240 here. Man, I wanted one of these so bad. Just didn't have the money for it. Didn't have the money for it. Didn't have the money for this. It was like 20. What were they like? $26,000 at the time. I didn't have that kind of money. This thing. I always liked the way that car looked. Now, it's slow as fuck compared to my current car, but it looks fast as shit there. I always liked the way the 1998 240s looked. They looked great. Great fucking looking car. 200 SX SER. It's basically a Sentra with a 2.0 liter engine instead of a 1.6, and it's a Meteor Sentra. It's a two-door Meteor Sentra. It looks like this. Mine was a 98. And it was the only year that the front grille, this is the grille on a Sentra, mine was flat. So it had a flat piece of metal on it. It was, the same curvature. You know, whatever the height of the top of that would be was all the way across. Nissan 200 SX SER. Silver. Of course. I've only had silver or black cars. And I like black cars, but man, any little scratch, and you could see it a mile away. It looked like this one. I didn't have those wheels. I didn't have hubcaps. I had the wheel already together with it. Yeah, the problem with having hubcaps is that shit can happen to you. You have no hubcaps and they walk away. they walk away. Where is it? Yeah, I had wheels like this one. Oh, I had wheels like this guy. Yeah. It's a good little car. It's a car I learned how to drive on a stick shift. That bought it didn't know how to drive a stick shift. Well, how did you not know how to drive a stick shift? Because our fucking family didn't have one. You know? You know what? I don't know how to fly a fucking plane either. How do you not know how to fly a fucking plane? We don't have any fucking planes. You know? It's funny how that works. What else? What other cars do they not make? What other cars did they come across? I see that they made an Xterra. What was my car after that? Camry. I don't know. Camry's releases weren't really my car. I mean, they were, but they weren't. Oh, what was that little car that... This is a good little car. Mazda 5 STL. So Cuts 3D is relatively expensive, or I guess it can be. I guess it depends on the designer. $10. Now you're starting to get a little bit more reasonable. I bet if you put free. This was a cool little car. We must have had this around 2007. Something like that. And it's like a minivan, but it's the size of a regular car, and it had sliding glass doors on both sides of it. It was a really cool car. Little, it was narrow. I hated the passenger seat though. It felt like there was nothing to hold on to. It didn't have an armrest or anything. So, but the back was really comfortable. Anyways, back to the Yugo. I'll have to think, hey, what's some weird ass thing nobody makes, and see if they make it at just out of curiosity, you know? Yeah, but if you could download something like that and go like, I don't know how to use that particular program you would use to, break it up, whatever it's called, the splicer or whatever the thing is. But like, I've got a drafting background. I'm like, give me like 3D graph paper. I'm like, all right, we'll cut this line, change this line to go from here to here. Like, I understand how that shit works. I can do technical drawing. I just can't deal with computer programs that are programmed by the same people who did Tabletop Simulator. Feels like I'm, blindfolded and using my left mouse hand. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's that kind of crap. All right, we're going to thin this down a little bit. There's a couple little lines. One runs right here, one runs right there, and then there's a couple little lines here, there, and there. All right, that's good. Back is, I don't really know what's going on here. These look like a couple little nuggets of something. We'll make them pop out a little bit. Nuggets of something. All right, now we have some line stuff here. Now we can decide where exactly we're going to put these little guns on the top. It's got to have guns. There was a rumor, I came across it, they were going to make, somebody, probably Hot Wheels, was going to make the vehicles from the show Twisted Metal. They were going to make Evelyn. And honestly, that's why I even got into the show, because it's a Bug-Eye Subi. One of these. You know, WRX like 2002, I think they ran those 2002 to 4. Or 90, no, the 98, no, the 98s or 2001 looked like the Nissan Sentra, ish. And then I really like the way this car looks. If they still made it, it still looked like this, it'd be freaking awesome. I really like these little bug eyes. But the main car that, what's his name, uses in the film, God, I'm thinking what his name, is it Anthony Mackie? Yeah, Anthony Mackie's character, Evelyn, has a couple of machine guns here above the like, I'm not putting them there, like that's like a bad place for him, you know, but he's got him up there. But I heard somewhere they're going to make some of the cars from the film, from the movie, from the show. So I didn't make this shit up, did I? I know I didn't make this shit up. I'd make up better shit than this. I'm going to make things up. Let's go wild. Twisted Metal, Hot Wheels, Evelyn. Yeah, here it is. That's a good looking little car, even in that color. But the machine gun's up here above the wheel well, there's just not enough space for that. Yeah, here's some guy standing in front of it. If I ever think of something obscure, let me know. Okay. Oh, try and blow something and it blew off. All right, so here I'm going to have to use the slow super glue. I'm going to need some adjustment time on this. Let's see where I want this. What if I push this as far back as it'll go? Obviously, I don't want to be past that little line. What if I push it as far back as it'll go? Does it look good? It does. All right, what if I push it as far forward as it'll go, allowing for the curvature of the roof? Does it look good? Yes. So which one fucking looks better? I think that if I push it forward right there, I don't have to worry about having like gun marks on underneath it. I think that's where we're going to put it. All right, so let's get the slow super glue, which is I've only found it at Walmart. It's the green. I didn't even know they made this stuff until I found out from one of the 3D printing people that assembles things. And they use it in their assembly video. I don't like the consistency of like honey, but it's better than it being watery as hell. Okay. Got that one on the roof. Lawn mowing people. Guy's fucking retired, man. Mow when I'm at work. And now there's like a little center bar there that'll be yellow as well. So we can split the. Maybe I'll do it in red or something. I don't know. It's looking pretty good. So next thing, we're gonna put the labeling on the wing. Okay. So I know this sounds stupid, but I like to write things in advance so I don't make I don't make a clerical error. Okay. So it's 2 words. Yugo and then FAST. Okay? So, I'm going to pull this off. I'm going to remove these pieces parts also. Okay, remove all these little things. And now we have this thing that we can attach it. We're going to attach this because it's really comfortable in this position. So we're going to attach this here. Okay, and now we can adjust this at the angle of attack that we want. Okay, and at the risk of screwing everything up, I'm going to dangle this over the edge. Yes, and let's straighten this out. Okay. God, that's so loud. That's what my job needs to be. My dream job is the QC department of like a lazy boy company or something like that. And I sit on rocking chairs all day long and figure out how long it takes for me rocking back and forth at my normal speed to get it to squeak. Yeah, that would be a good fucking job. Well, it sounds like there'd still be paperwork involved. All right, so as always, we're going to start with gray. We're having a good day today, folks. Thanks for coming by. You always ask me, hey, how was your weekend? I said, I don't have any fucking problems on my weekend. Everything goes fine on the weekends. It's the weekday that everything goes straight to shit. I have no problems on the weekend. Good, because I'm not getting paid right now. So we're going to do kind of a dark gray so that when we put the other letters, they'll pop a little bit. Ever so slightly. All right, and again, we're going to do the verticals. Okay, so O is tricky. Fuck, I don't want to start with that. Let's do the F first. And we need a little dollop of water here. One of my favorite things to do of all time is this. I'm almost always happy, almost, how this turns out. Okay. So all the verticals for the fast are there. O, we're going to break it into two verticals. The G take up that much space. And the Y goes like that. I mean, the U goes like that. Okay, and I sketched it. So now we can adjust as needed with the lighter color, and I don't think it needs much adjustment. What's up, Justin? Justin, if you played in Gaslands and you wanted your own vehicle, what would be your ideal body style for your vehicle? What vehicle would... Well, that's not fair because you shouldn't be in this game because I don't think you're a fucking career criminal that deserves to die, but... And I don't know how I'd answer that question myself, so... I can tell you that the muscle cars, I think, work the best. Muscle cars really work the best, in my opinion. I'm going to take this in two steps. So we're going to go here to kind of a light gray, and then we'll go to the pure white afterwards. It's a little bit off to the left more than I would have wanted. But look, these are painted by idiots. You know, in 1/64th scale, these guys are idiots. The lettering on it looks pretty damn good. Just a little bit more off to the left than I would have wanted. Yeah, baby. You go fast. So on flamethrowers, is it best to have it facing towards the side or the front? So, if you face it on the side, you have more, and if you face it on the side, you get both sides. So if you have a side-facing flamethrower, you get one out of the other side for free. So just think of it like an ice cream truck, right? And you mount the flamethrower in the middle. You got, assuming you have an ice cream truck that feeds from both sides, you basically can, like a bomber, like a B-17 gunner, except it's not on the window, it's like in the middle, so you can go either way. All of mine have it on the front, all of them. Having a rear-mounted weapon is tricky because you move first, so you'd have to be like, I don't know if this makes any sense, but you got to be like right on top of somebody so that when you do your move, you'll still be within distance to attack them, especially for a flamethrower that only goes about that far back, right? So you literally need to be on top. You literally need to be on top of someone so that when you move, your flamethrower is still within range. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's the problem with rear-mounted weapons. Now, weapons that have the normal range, which they call double, which is about this far, is a little easier to get the range. But basically, let's say this is the back of the template. Your back movement, your shooting template is basically the side of the car out from it. So you get all of this, plus you get from this corner out like 90 degrees and this corner out 90 degrees on a normal like machine gun. On the side, you get this entire side plus put it from the corner out. So your area is a lot larger on the side, but you have to like plan how you're gonna do that, 1973 Ford Falcon CB. Well, you put some freaking thought into that. You're reading that people like their flamethrowers on the side. Well, it depends. Yeah, I mean, you have a much larger arc, but you got to go beside someone. You're never going to be able to chase somebody down. I think the best thing for a flamethrower is to have it on a turret. Now, it does cost triple the cost, but if you take something like jalapeno popper, okay? Jalapeno popper is a car. Where is my jalapeno popper? It's a car, and the flamethrower uses two. So I'm going to tell you this: it's hard to budget sometimes to keep cars within a certain value of put. It's hard to budget weapons that are on turrets because it triples the price of it. However, because a flamethrower uses two slots, and that's frequently the only weapon you'll have on a small vehicle, because a car can only take two slots. So you have one weapon, and it's the flamethrower. It's easier in that situation to budget that because you're not going to have any other guns. Does that make sense? So like this costs $4, but now it costs $12. But because you don't have another machine gun, because it uses up two build slots, it's a little easier to budget. And the reason why I say this is a little bit, I want this on a turret is because, on another weapon it'll go like this far. The turret will only go, it's the same distance as the smoke. It'll only, see if I can get a template here. It doesn't go very far at all. Let's see if I, oh, here we go. Here's the template itself. Okay, this is the flame template. Okay, which is the same as the smoke template. So you got to be this close to somebody. That's really close. Like a lot of things have to fall into place. So now if you make it so that you're all the way around, it's just more likely for that to be, a possibility, if that makes any sense. So I prefer the flamethrowers on turrets more than any other weapon because they're really short range. They're like the same range as a pistol, but the pistol's 360 degrees all the time. I think I'll do the turret. I have some 3D models of turrets I can try printing. Yeah. Engine blower. Okay, we gotta find out what that thing. 73 Ford Falcon CV GT hardtop. Man. Okay. 1973. Ford Falcon GT. Nope, CB first. CB, then GT. That's a good looking car. Oh, it's Australian. It's a good looking car. I love round headlamps. Oh, it's the one in the Mad Max film. Well, it looks better than the Mad Max film. Probably because it's got a better paint job. Like, this red one's cute. Well, I shouldn't have said cute. It's Chevelle-like. The back of it looks like a Chevelle. Yeah, that's a good looking car. I'm all about handling, so that's the bad thing about muscle cars. I mean, me personally, I can drive like a real vehicle. I like handling. And muscle cars handle like ass, you know, compared to rice burners. What are you driving these days? You driving a CRV? Your CRV handles better than that Falcon. It does, you know? Yeah, that's a good looking car. That's a really good looking car. Most muscle cars look really good. You know. You need a muscle car body with a Japanese undercarriage. Yeah, that's a good looking car. Yep. All right. Man, I don't know how I was painting. Oh, I think I was using the armrest here. I was really comfortable. Nope, too dry. That's really weird. You said, do they smell? And my hands smell. And I don't know why. No, no cute comments. No, I smell like. So that case that I got. I know it's not this. It has no smell. That case that I got, when I got the replacement case, you know where it came from. It came from the Ching Chang Chung land. And when I opened it, it stunk to high heaven. You know, of like chemicals. It's funny because the hand doesn't smell of chemicals. It smells like onions. Weird, because I don't know the last time I ate onions. I wonder if that's the leftover smell. I don't know. I'm being poisoned by something I bought on Amazon. Figures. Okay, Yugo Fast is on there. Because it's a Yugo. Doesn't look like a Yugo, but it's a Yugo, all right. Odd. It smells faintly of that. I know it's not onions. I wash my hands a lot. No. That's what this is for. Man, that's alcoholic. CRV all-wheel drive, heated seats, built-in, you don't need no damn heated seats. Built factory GPS screen 2024. Yeah, your CRV handles better than that Falcon. I don't want any of this residual to get on the car. All right, let's start gluing this shit on there. I think I'm gonna put the straps that are on this barrel, probably red, or maybe blue. Now, where is this thing gonna attach to? It's gonna attach there. And probably on the bottom of this thing, but I don't know that I'm going to glue it there. Let's get Glulandia back out here. Congratulations, you won an all expense paid trip to Glulandia. You know, I don't know what you're doing with your car builds. It's not me trying to be smart. I just don't know. But if you're doing anything like what I'm doing, then you don't have to build the perfect vehicle. You're just building a vehicle that looks a certain way, that to maximize it you need to play it a certain way. You can't just take every vehicle and play it the same way, because you're going to have non-optimal results. And you know, it doesn't matter if a flamethrower is not a good value. It's a flamethrower vehicle, and that's what it has, you know. And your next vehicle you do might not have a flamethrower. I mean, there's a lot of flamethrower additional parts out there that look amazingly cool. I think we're going to just attach this here. Attach this here and hope for the best. It's got to have an oil dropper with Hugo Chavez. I made such a big deal about oil. He's got so much oil, he's dropping it on the battlefield. This isn't Hugo Chavez either. This is just someone who's got a Woody for him. Hey, some people are into Hitler. This guy's into Hugo Chavez. I'd say it's probably a lot less offensive. Although I'm not a fan of either one. Yugo Chavez. No weathering on it yet. But this is usually how I design stuff. I'll go a car and like, oh, that'd be funny if we called it such and such, and design something around that name. Not like, okay, this is a cool clown car. What do we call this guy? Kind of thing, you know. Feels like a plastic body. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. But the problem with repainting cars is if this car had little sponsor things, it doesn't have any. Am I going to paint little sponsor things on there? Fuck no. You know, they wouldn't look right even if I did it. So I like to keep the original paint jobs if I can, because they usually have stuff like that on them. I'm actually not going to extend the blue across the bottom. I'm going to leave the yellow around it. I think it looks more together. And that little line on the windshield, I'm going to make it in yellow. I'm going to keep the yellow up there. It's going to look a lot less like you're trying to build a Lego using too many different colors. You know what I'm saying? So, like your method of building cars, I'm also trying to build a second car for each car build that synergizes well with the first. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. You know, I think it'd be like teammates. Not in such a sense, but you know, when I played BattleTech, I used to do that with BattleTech. Or I did that with a couple of things at BattleTech. We used to play, 100 tons. Show up with mechs with 100 tons. And I had see if I can remember this. I haven't talked about this in a long time. A Centurion and an Enforcer. And a Centurion was 55 tons and an Enforcer was 45. And they would just walk hand in hand. You know, one was good at some stuff, then the other one was good at other things. And the problem with that, well, it wasn't really a problem. It was just different times. It's hard to break that mold and go like, I'm going to try something different. But that's also wasn't necessarily narrative driven. Now it's completely narrative driven. Like, I don't care what vehicle I use, or even if I play, other than I like making decisions about, what kind of template to pick. But it's a funny narrative about some crazy shit that happens. It's a decent game, and if you were adventurous, you could probably tinker with it and make it a little even more decent. Which I'm not there yet. I'm not opposed to doing it. I'm just that's not the real drive. Okay. Let's see if we can get away with this. Can we close this bitch up? I would say we can. I would say we can do that. So, let's see how we're doing here in the glue department. We're going to splooge. Yes, that's a real word. For me it is. Oh, I got to be careful. Let's not do that in that order. And let's splooge in here too. And then we will put a drop of glue there, and drop of glue there, and drop of glue there, and drop of glue there. And we will set this down. I learned that the hard way, so that all the wheels are level. And if it sticks a little bit to this, okay, you pull it off, but all the wheels are level when it dries. And that should do it. I love this little guy. And the cool thing is it's little. Like it doesn't look like a Yugo, but we all know that a Yugo can, I'm not a badass by any stretch of the imagination, but me and some other wimp like me, we can flip a Yugo upside down. Probably. So it's not like, it's not like it's a super heavy duty car. So the fact that it is a buggy class at really low points, at 13 points, is like, that fits the profile of what a Yugo is. Just like that little French one. I'm gonna make the French one a buggy, the Citroen, the one from it's like the one from For Your Eyes Only. It's just another Le Car. It's a competition for the Le Car. You have a really strange build for the street sweeper that I want to team up with my steamroller. I'm with you the whole way. That makes complete sense. But I don't know if the build will work. I've been meaning to send it to you, but not at the computer right now. Okay, well, send it to me. Yeah. Yeah, the steamroller, well, you designed the steamroller as being a monster truck. Absolutely. That's like what I did with the construction vehicles. Well, it doesn't have a big wheel. Doesn't matter. It's a vehicle troop type. Like if you're playing DBA. Well, these knights are armored, and, Alexander doesn't really have knights. Well, they behave the fucking same in the game, right? So that works. Absolutely, Steamroller is definitely a monster truck. Absolutely. Street Sweeper, yeah, I don't. Your Street Sweeper is a lot cooler looking than mine. It's got the little. It's got the scrubbing bubbles at the front, right? I used to love those things as a kid, the little scrubbing bubble commercials. And the Street Sweeper I have has the sweeps on the side, so it doesn't look as cool, but and it's I think like some outlandish ass colors. It looks like Buzz Lightyear. It's like the colors of Buzz Lightyear. It's like white, green, and silver or something like that, if I remember correctly. It's still not going to repaint it because a lot of those utilitarian vehicles have the name of, on the side. Like if you got a garbage truck, it's going to have something written on the side of it. Are you going to hand paint that, or are you just going to go with the graphics that are on there? You go with the graphics, Okay. Ya acabaste. There we go. Okay. So we'll just peel some of this stuff off. And we're going to go to the next step, which of course is weathering. Okay? So let's weather this thing. Now's when the look of it is really going to pick up pace. Right? It already looks really fucking good to me at this stage. Usually most cars at this stage, you're like, I don't know how it's going to turn out. And then you do the drippings and the weathering, and you're like, yeah. But this one's like already, yeah, at this stage. So like that's like a good sign. Working on a Panzer Shrek team, those things are nasty as hell. Those things are nasty as hell. Yeah, all the German stuff's really cool, Too bad they were such rat fucking bastards, but they're a great enemy. I'm going to do a splice. I'm going to do a splice on this. And I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to steal my own thunder. I don't care. You guys are family. You know what I mean. You guys earned it. You're here all the time. I appreciate it. I took all these cars that were here, and they're now in here, so it's a little bit confusionary to get in here. Here's another great vehicle. This is a great vehicle, Hoffman. This came as a set of, I think this is a Matchbox. No, it's Hot Wheels. This is a great vehicle. You could do this in so many damn ways. It's funny because I didn't get this for this vehicle. So, now this is what I'm talking about, the sponsors. You can wipe off this Hot Wheels, but man, you got 04 written on it. You got MG something or another, MIDC Racing Off-Road. Like, you want to keep all that stuff on there. It's cool. I want to keep all that stuff on there. I have a Mercedes in here. A Mercedes truck. Ooh, what vehicle is this? Is this Germanic? No. Road Mauler. This is not Germanic. It needs to be Germanic for this to work. Here it is. It's a Unimog. I actually have a Unimog, but I don't think I'm going to do this with the actual Unimog. I'm going to do this with this purple people eater fucker, right? I'm going to this is going to be a big build, and I think I can get away with doing this. I'm going to cut the cab off of this, put a school bus on the back, put some Germanized turret like the one on a 222 armored car, or a 232 armored car, up here at the top, and maybe, if it works, put a set of tracks here. Although, that's really going to slow it the hell down. But it's going to be, I'm going to make it a bus, an off-road bus, and it's going to be Kinderpanzerwagen. So it's a school bus that's, a battle school bus. And I think that'll work. I was just kind of fucking around in my head, and realized that'd be a good name for a vehicle. But remember, the vehicle's got to look like that. So, Yeah, so that's a thought, and it already has a Mercedes emblem, so that's a, you know, it's got to be made. It's got to be some make of some company that used to be in cahoots with the Third Reich for it to work right. You know, though it's not going to be a Nazi vehicle, okay, but it's going to be You mean the kids that are on here aren't Nazis? No, they're worse. I'm not saying nice Nazis are nice people. I'm just saying that, you know. See, how can I put this so you get the point across? Not all Nazis. Nah, I shouldn't say. Nah, I can't say that way either. All these people are felons that deserve the death penalty. Not everybody that was a Nazi or a member of the Nazi Party or in the German army deserved the death penalty. Is that fair? Not everybody in the Wehrmacht deserved to be shot. They might not have been nice guys, or maybe they fought for a bad regime or whatever, but they don't deserve to be, these guys, if every one of these racers, if they all die in a race, you should be happy. You should throw a party. Name the school bus bully. I sent this. Oh, all right. Let's see what we got here. I have a few. I've built a few vehicles, and I'm sure there's stuff that I'm overlooking. But let's see what we got here. The street sweeper is a buggy. Okay. It's little, right? Instead of focusing on attacking enemy cars, his job is to race ahead, drop weapons and hazards, slow down the other driver. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. That sets him up for the steamroller, which comes in behind and runs with it. So far, 100% makes sense what you're doing. Okay, weight light gear 6, build slots 2, handguns 2 droppers. Okay, drop burst. Yeah. The thing I hate about the glue dropper, you get one shot and that's it. I guess you could oil slick dropper. So here's I have no problem with that. Here's the thing with the droppers. You can have multiple droppers. You can only drop one dropping thing at a time. But, you can move on one stage, drop a glue. The next one, an oil. The next thing, a burst. The next, that's what I actually wanted to do with my Harry Potter thing. The dog farts drop out. So it's drop out because they didn't make it. And I also wanted to do drop out because it dropped things out of it. It was going to be a flying thing with a helicopter thing. So it could drop multiple things at one time. And you can't unless you take the perk from one of the teams that allows you to. But it's a made up team, so I didn't want to do that shit, Steel nets. I think that's. I think that would be a very fun car to play. It looks deadly, but again, you got to play keep away with it. One thing that might help that car a lot, I don't know how many points you have left, or how many points you're even at, is have slippery on it. So that way, if somebody tries to hit it, they're -2 ram dice on it. But absolutely, and I don't know how many points this comes up to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the glue dropper takes up a slot. A caltrop takes up another slot. You use both slots. Cruise 2. Doesn't matter that you cruise 2. You can only drop one drop weapon at a time. But then your glue dropper having an ammo 1 isn't a big deal because you got 1 frit. You got 3 oil slicks. That's 4. Smoke dropper. You got 7. And 3. You can drop a shitload of things. You could just just slinging shit everywhere, plus gas grenades. Yeah. So, that's still a cheap vehicle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a 14-point vehicle. Oh, you have it written at the top. Okay. I think that's good. I think that's good. The only thing is you can only drop one weapon at a time, which, if you drop more than one weapon at a time, they would just stack on top of each other, and that you wouldn't want that anyway. So, yeah. No, little buggies are fast. Slipper's a good idea. Should stay the points at the top. Yeah, I was very nearsighted. I couldn't make that out. Hey, that might be a good voice. I start doing my own 3D bot makering thing and announcing multiple people. Supposedly he's the same guy doing both voices. That's a little too fakery for me. I couldn't live with myself. I couldn't do who's that guy that does that? Phil Henry? It's just too much work, first of all. You know, if I want a second commentator, like, I'll bring a second person to do it, you know? No, you're gonna have a big race here. Guys are gonna get in fights and things like that, you know? It's like, man, I should do a painting thing where every time I go, I'm a different person. I'll hide my hands and I'll hide my face and I can just be a different person every time. I'm like, no, I'm happy being who I am. So and you take my own fucking advice. I put these 3 colors in the right same damn place so it'd be easy to find. 50-point teams of steamrollers, 36. I like it. I like that. And the 50-point teams makes sense. It makes sense to do it that way. If you're gonna, that is another good way to do it. You know, like, okay, 50 points. One's 35, one's 15, one's 50, and you get one vehicle. One's a 30 and a 20. Can't do a 40 and a 10 because the 10 wouldn't have anything. Maybe if it was like a bike or something, And I don't know that there's a right or wrong way to do it. I think it just allows you. It's like DBA, man. You don't want every army to be the same. You get to experience different things when you play different armies. I mean, that's what I want out of it. I'd like to think that most people want that out of it. You don't get to see the same thing. Cleaning crew, or whatever. I'm not going to name things for you. I could, but that's the most fun part right there. The nice thing about any of these vehicles being, let's use battle damaged as an easy way to describe it, is you don't have to worry so much about handling cars and like scuffing up the paint. I'm not saying that I want to do that. I'm just saying you don't have to fret over it. Like, it's not that as big of a deal as if like you were making a P-51 or something like that. That needed to be like, it was in good shape all the time. It provides some, peace of mind. Okay, that's enough of that color. Now we got a Spanish-speaking team. Well, I guess he could be honorary with the Mexicans. They make one Spanish car. It's a Seat. That's how you say it. It's spelled Seat, but it's an abbreviation. I don't know what the hell what the abbreviation is for, but they pronounce it Seat, like it was a name instead of an abbreviation. Instead of like S-E-A-T, it's Seat, but it's spelled Seat, like I'm seating on something. And they make one, and I haven't picked it up. I don't know if it's still available, but I hadn't planned on making a Spanish team, Spain and Mexico are a lot more different than each other than the Philippines and Japan. So I don't know. Can you drink the water in Japan? I bet you can. I'm sorry. Can we drink the water in Japan? I mean, let me explain it that way. You know, you can drink the water in Europe. Everywhere I've been to Europe, you can drink. You can open the faucet in London and drink water. You know, and not have a blowout. You know. Try that in Mexico. You're going to be in an unintentional weight loss program. So I think you can understand by doing that layout that you did. And by the way, what program did you use? That's probably a computer program. The display on it looks really good. Because I've seen some of the apps on the phones, and they're clunky. They're not that clear. But and I really liked it that it was a black background, with the white lettering. It's easier on your eyes. But you can see from building those builds, they're fun build. They're fun to, like, it's kind of like man, I don't want to make this sound like it's not fun, but I enjoy doing these. And I enjoy doing these because I had the right teacher. A proof theorem. Oh, how can you say that? It's just kind of like, it's like a logic puzzle. And logic stuff makes fucking sense to me, So I really enjoy doing the builds because it's kind of like, it involves thinking and, and things that make you feel good when you're done with it, That's the one I was telling you about. I'll send it to you in a second. They're just no perk. That's okay. I have lots of cars that have no perks. But the perks allow you to make a very similar vehicle, but then they can behave unsimilarly just by adding a few more points. So it kind of, it's like you're making a dish, but now you can add a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. You can kind of tinker with it a little bit. Oh, the car build is the thing with the car builder, the one with no perks. Gotcha. Yeah, the only thing I don't do is I don't do things for the teams that they get for free. Okay? You have to pay for everything. I really don't want to do teams like that the author did, like, okay, Rutherford gets an extra, and I don't know if this is exactly what they do, but like Rutherford gets an extra round of ammunition every time they have it. So instead of having 3 shots, they get 4. And then they get this, and they're the only ones that could use helicopters. I don't want to get into that because that's not play balance. That's just whim. Okay? And ultimately, it's just fine because I'm just creating a narrative and like, look, which side do you want to pick? This guy has this guy has that. It's not made, it's just to make the sides different. Ultimately, there's nothing wrong with that. I just personally don't want to get in that. I want to check and balance on myself. And my check and balance is that you have to pay for everything. The building is just as much fun as building sometimes. It is. It is, but I think I want to do the building first, and then, I don't want to like, and I've done this because, I say this because my first vehicles that I built, without respect to the rules, I almost got myself in trouble where I was going to have stuff on a vehicle that the vehicle couldn't afford, or the points didn't work out. Or the build slots were a problem, because the build slots is the other thing. It's like, you could spend all the money you want, but you can't put more than 2 things on a buggy. You can't, right? Or you're just inventing your own game, which is okay, but you need to show some restraint. You wrote that in a stupid way. Now, I write dumber things than you do, so. I know. I mean to say A, and sometimes Q comes out, All right, we got a little bit of this around it. All right, I think it's time to put that little vertical bar in there, in yellow. And then we need to do drippings, and then see where we're at. But this is a superb yellow. This is a yellow that covers as best as you could expect a yellow to cover. Oh, it's not this one. Is this the ersatz one? Is this the one that we replaced? This one's called deep yellow. And I think the new one is not deep yellow, is it? It's flat yellow. Yeah, this one needs to be replaced too. This is harder than it should be. Well, it's like if you're running like a D&D game, right? You need to have somebody's got to check you. Especially if you're somebody that can't be trusted. Well, it's not necessarily my problem, but, I'd like to have some parameters that I can operate under. And sometimes the parameters might be stupid. Like, it might be like, I think if you change stuff and it applies to all the players on all the teams, that's okay. Right, but if you're starting to do like whim things, like okay, these guys get this, but this guy doesn't get the other one, you're like, there's a little bit of a headliner here. I hope you guys don't mind that I airbrushed this thing yellow before I started. I generally don't like to do that, but I realized if I didn't do that, what it would turn into is one of these situations where I would have to use the mobile phone and connect and disconnect, and I think it would have been more trouble than it would have been worth. I'm actually going to do this in yellow. Put these straps in yellow. I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, I'm just going to only I'm only going to film the stuff where things go perfectly right. Like, we're going to film the mistakes too, right? It's not worth it. I'm not trying to pretend to be somebody who doesn't make mistakes. I make them all the time. I'm going to continue making them. And I think it's more valuable for other people to see, hey, this guy makes mistakes, but he can also fix them. I don't want to make them, but shit fucking happens, Sent you that site for the Gaslands builder. Okay. See what site it is. See which one I've heard of. Gaslands builders. I have two on my phone, and neither one of them are. Okay, I have this one for my phone, and I didn't find it very useful because it's for a team builder. Is it useful if you're just doing one car at a time? Because that's kind of how I operate, is one car at a time. That's one, and I haven't messed with it much at all. I may already have it on here. I have two. What is this one called? Game Edition. Second. Okay, I have one that looks like this. App on your phone. And then I have the other one that looks like this, which is, I liked it so much, that's the writing that I'm using for my vehicles. I actually like this. It's like a comic book type writing. I like it a lot. Gaslands builder. Yeah, I bet it's Gaslands. Gaslands vehicle editor. That's new. That's new since the last time I saw it. Last updated July 5th, 2025. No, that's this one. Okay, never mind. It's not new. I'll check it out if it's the same thing. I like the display that you got on the sheets that you sent. It's very clear. You know, you've been using it just to make individual cards. I honestly didn't even know it was for teams. It was just the one that worked well for me. Keep in mind, I use it on my computer, not phone. Okay, I'm going to do that as well. I'll put it on the computer. Some things on the phone are infinitely better on the computer. Taking pictures, like, okay, I have a picture, I want to upload it. You know, finding it on my computer takes forever. You know, it's like, it's just in a big dump. Here, it's like your latest one is right there at the top. You know, so I'm not anti-computer. I'm not pro-phone. They both work. They just have different purposes. You know, sometimes surfing on the phone is a lot easier than on the computer. You know, if you're looking for shows to watch, it's easier to surf on your phone than find it than go through the fucking TV. That's you know, I'm not a fan of that. Talk about making a lot of fat-fingered mistakes. Give me a TV remote and I'm all over the place. I actually don't even like using a TV remote. If we're watching like family TV, I'll let the girls, you change channel. I don't want to look for it. Because the buttons are kind of squishy and it takes a while for them to pop back up. I mean, it's in a matter of milliseconds, but it's still slower than something that pops up immediately or it doesn't even have that function. So you end up like clicking things twice. It's just, it's a shit show. You know, it's a shit show. And I don't know if this vehicle is going to be worth a damn, but it's irrelevant at this point. It looks cool. I like the name. It's funny. It's zany. That's all the food groups right there, folks. You know. Now, let's take this fresh paint, this yellow, and make sure things are popping that need to be popping. Things they be popping. I didn't even have to clean up the yellow and the blue. It was like, it's good enough. Now we got that little center divider there. All right, drippings time. Strong tone, light tone, soft tone. Where's the medium brown one? Nope. Nope. Yep. Or mid brown. This one's definitely been renamed something different since then. Let's put these three guys in their sanctioned location. Soft tone. Probably don't need to use the strong tone. That one's just more useful when you got a dark colored vehicle. This is not a dark colored vehicle. I got to be late. And the only reason I mix these things up, I don't know. I just started doing it, and don't want everything to be the same color. And you replace the wheels on those cars from 5 and below. The Mercedes Gullwing, I think, is going to be a really good looking car, and I think so is the standard Beetle. I think those two are definitely going to turn out really well, but they need other wheels. The wheels are just, like one of those vehicles could continue with those wheels that it already has, but not all four because they all have the same damn wheel. Okay, that's nice. And if you put the black line first on a place that you may later on do some oxidation, the nice thing is you don't have to focus on the oxidation being that dark. The darkness is already provided there by that black line that was originally. You're just covering with the oxidation that gives that little bit of that rustified hue to it. If that makes any sense. I've kind of found that out kind of by accident. So if you just put a black line on everything that has a little hidey hole, and then you can worry about, all right, well, I want to make this rusty as well. So just go over that color and it'll be, it'll pop out nicely. But yellow cars and white ones, but in specifically yellow cars, I think look really good. They always look really good in this game. Painting them. You just have to deal with the issues that yellow brings. Which I think are overreacted. I don't think they're that much of a burden or an issue. And I don't necessarily like, oh, okay, we're going to do all the rust on this side first. I jump around. And then we'll go and take a look at everything and make sure we didn't miss something. But if you don't jump around, it's too monotonous. And then once you got all those little spots, you can go, you can tell the narrative, like, there's some corrosion on these little spots here, and they drip down kind of thing. definitely one of my favorite vehicles. And who would have thunk? Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it? Get that one guy that does the what's the name of his junkyard joust, and he has his teams. His team names are hilarious. He's got that one team called Ketchup and Mustard, and it's all vehicles that are red and yellow. You know, it's not a Gaslands game, but the name of his teams are just really, really, like, you can tell he enjoys coming up with names of his team for his teams. And bless you. We're nearly done here. And then we'll post pics of this little guy. And we've knocked out yet another one. And this thing rusted a lot. Watched a couple videos of Junkyard Joust. Yeah, that was his. I don't know if I could do that to vehicles. It is. I mean, there's definitely some hilarious. He's a little too. He's a little too deadpan for me. What I'm saying is, I couldn't do that. I laugh at my shit. I do. Like, I don't like comedians that are really deadpanish. You know. So okay. Here's the part where I'm going to make people uncomfortable. There's a comedian that I don't know how anybody finds him funny. I've never heard him do anything funny. And he's that Nate Bargatze guy. And I stumbled across him we tried watching his stand-up one time with his family. The guy's, like, not funny, you know. He makes a lot more money at comedy than I do, so I probably should just shut up about it, you know. But I don't find him hilarious. I don't find him funny at all. And, I was like, let me just watch one of his stand-ups. Maybe I've just watched the bad stuff, right? Nope, not funny at all. And you know, I'm not a fan of dry is okay, but it was just like really deadpan, you know, like I don't really care for that. Not really my thing. But he makes a lot more money at comedy than I do, so, you know, there's that. I bet he can't paint with a shit, though. Just throw that out there. And then there's some other stand-up people that are just like, you know, I better not watch him with a full bladder, you know what I mean? So. But that guy seems to be all over the place, and I'm like, I don't see what the point of it, you know. But anyways, some of the stuff is, I would say that the Junkyard guy is more dry than anything else. But like the interactions between the two characters on 3D Bot Maker sometimes is absolutely hilarious. Like I'm watching it at lunchtime, I'm laughing out loud, like but you know, it's all staged. It's kind of sad. I mean, I'm not saying that the guy doesn't, you know, it's just a shame that stage. But, I mean, he puts a lot of work into that. A lot of work. And I don't know the guy. I wish him well. I've watched almost every one of his videos. I didn't catch his earlier ones before. But I'm a big fan of, if there's anybody that I would pay for, you know, members only subscription, it would be him. You know, the behind the scenes stuff, I don't do it for anybody. I just don't. It's just easy to be consistent. And I don't support anybody other than watching them. But Yeah, this looks fantabulous. Or I like it. Let's put it that way. It may not be your cup of tea. And that's fair, you know. But I'll tell you what. I'm really motivated to do something else. Roll right into something else. So that's a win. You know. I don't mind going into work today because now something good happened. You know. 3-Bot Maker does make me laugh out loud. The races aren't staged to me. Yeah, the races aren't staged, but the commentary is. And to me, it's better that he does the commentary himself. Working with and depending on someone else sucks. Yes, especially if they have a fucked up schedule. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm disappointed that it's the same person, but there's a lot to like there. There's a lot to like there. So, all right, we're gonna post some pictures of this guy, and we'll see.